Boom. Okay, what's up, everybody? It's iCkEdMeL. Welcome back to the channel, to the live stream. Appreciate you guys joining me. New Year's Eve. And welcome, man. I hope you guys are being safe. I see the chat. It was Mel's taking a dump. What we're gonna do today, man. I keep saying I'm gonna take a break, but like, I don't know, bro. We're here, right? We're here, and we're here. And there's a couple of things that we can talk about. There's a Nancy Grace video that came out, like a 5-minute video. There's also a Nancy Grace podcast, so you know we got to do that. A couple of updates as far as people coming forward. I got to find this video. I'm sure some people have saw that already. One of Brian's friends. I feel like I saw 2 people or something. So we'll talk about that later on as well. How they found Brian, and apparently, according to CNN, it was through DNA. So we'll take a look at that as well. And whatever else comes up, whatever other information you guys have, we'll just go through it. Music Mad says, iCkEdMeL, who was the guy who was arrested who had a knife? Who had the knife you put up? So they got him? What? The only person I know was arrested was Brian. That whole knife thing, I said that yesterday, take that with a grain of salt. That's on the internet. I don't even know if that's true or not. You know, like, in one of the knife posts that I saw, the guy talked about it was a blade that bends, but we know the police had said that it was a fixed blade. And then I saw a different post. Let me see if I find that screenshot. Let me find the screenshot. And the other thing about this. So here's the other thing, right? Because sometimes you got to study this stuff, and I think you're referring to this. And so I was talking to Flossie about this, right? Just warming up before we get started, guys. I was talking to Flossie about this, and Flossie had pointed out another thing. This just says request. This is where, if it's a real transaction, why don't you show us the actual payment? This is just a request here. It says request $350 from Brian. Why is it a request if you're getting payment? You know, so like, this, you got to be careful with things like this on the internet. I was on News Nation last night too. We can take a look at that. That was a little last night, I think, because Barbara Walters passed away, and so they covered that breaking news, and things kind of got pushed around, I think. And so towards the end, I was on with 2 other people, and what I thought was I was going to talk about, I was asked something completely different, so it threw me off guard, and so I just kind of ran with it. And then there was more we were supposed to talk about in that segment, but I think because everything got squeezed in, it didn't fit. So, but this is a really, you know, just little things like this you have to notice, I guess, and pay attention. I didn't notice it yesterday, but it's good that people kind of take a look and see this stuff. You know, it says request. It doesn't say like actual payment or something. So I don't know if that person's actually going to come and show something else. The other thing too, I'm a little tired of getting like hundreds of messages about Instagram. Oh, this Instagram profile. Guys, there's a bunch of fake Bryan. What's this guy's name? Kohberger? Whatever his name is. Kohberger. There's a bunch of fake profiles, and some of these people, it seems like they have no discernment. There's even I was told that there was a fake profile that had his own mugshot, and people are like, "Is that him?" No. How, do you think he's gonna post his own mugshot, like change his profile picture? There's hundreds. I don't know how many fake, and every day the inbox is full. I just overlook it. I don't even read it anymore. Yo, this profile. I for my sanity, I don't even. If they want to go looking at hundreds of profiles and thinking each one is real, let them go through that process. I'm not going through hundreds of profiles. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Y'all can do that. Some of the people that want to keep doing that. And it's just a constant conversation of the same crap, yo. And this is, the Instagram thing has happened forever. Like, this is not anything new. This Instagram stuff, even Brian Laundrie and Gab Petito, people were doing that, making profiles. Like, it happened even during this case. There was that Moscow Slayer. There was that Moscow Slayer Instagram profile, and people were like, yo, that's the killer. And the guy was clearly trolling. It was so obvious this guy was trolling, but yo, the Moscow Slayer, yo, oh wow, that's the killer. I said, bruh, bruh, come on. So, okay, let's start with, oh, and I have a little weird story too. This kind of a weird story this morning. I'll start with this before we get kind of started. I was at the gas station, like I was getting my little energy drink, and there was like a lady randomly. She's like, "Sir?" I was like, "Yes." And she's like, "You have some really nice legs." And I was like, "Oh, all right, thank you." I was like, "Thanks, I guess, you know." But then like she's like standing there, and she's like her head to the side, and she's like checking me out and like looking at my legs, and it was kind of a little odd because I never had somebody just like walk up to me and the first thing is like, "You have really nice legs," and then she said it again, "You have really nice legs." I'm like, yo, all right, thank you, I appreciate that. No, she didn't do the licking thing, and so I left the store, and I honestly, I was texting somebody, let them know what happened. I was actually looking behind me to make sure I wasn't being followed. I think she was just being nice, but I was kind of like, I was a little taken back. Like, and she just kept like looking to the side and like looking down, like, you know how like guys do, like the ones that have no kind of like sense of self-awareness. It's probably like, I guess now I know how it feels, right? For the woman, I was like, Jesus Christ. I mean, I don't mind a compliment at all, but it was just something about it was just kind of off. You know, I was like, like she likes eating legs or something, or chop them up or some shit. I was just like, let me be careful getting out of here. You know, watching too much true crime shit. But were they white legs? Bruh. Your legs. Oh, I love your legs. Thank you. I appreciate that compliment. It's flattering. All right, so let's start with Nancy Grace. I can't make this shit up. I wish I was recording it, or I wish I was on the phone with somebody at the time, because I was like, wow. All right, let's play this. Nancy Grace, host of Crime Stories on Fox Nation. Let's take a look at this. And I didn't even listen to this video. To me, I just saw her face, and I'm like, she's snapping. I don't even know that she's snapping.
I want to start with the idea that one of the reports that we got is that when they went in to capture him, that he said, "Am I the only one that was arrested?" What do you make of that?
Only legs.
Your analysis of this whole case and where we are today.
Well, that would suggest that there is an accomplice. I want to point out two things. This guy has got a master's degree in criminology. He's currently working on a PhD in criminal justice. Yet he drove the getaway car all the way and parked it outside of mommy's house?
Oh,
Are you
shit.
kidding me?
Go, baby.
Another thing we know about this guy.
Let's
He's
go.
been described as obsessively vegan to the point.
No, hold on. You know we got to talk about it. Tú sabes que tenemos que hablar de esto, el vegan. There was one time I made a video about this guy that was a killer, right? And supposedly this guy got into an argument, or like he was trying to force his family to be vegan. They didn't want to be the vegan stuff. And so I posted the title, something like "Vegan Kills." I forgot who he killed or he tried to kill. He did so, or killed a cop actually. And people lost their mind. What does it have to do with veganism and blah, blah? I literally just put the title like that because I knew these people were going to lose their mind. But, bruh, it was crazy. So now this guy, Bryan, I'm hearing supposedly he's a vegan. I didn't know he was hardcore vegan. You know, and I'm not saying that's what drove this guy to killings because, I mean, I sometimes see that those people are really angry. I don't know. I know they're going to really flame me for that. Some of those people, not all of them, not all, but most. No. They're just really like angry and upset and shit. And this guy, he also allegedly, they're saying he had some sort of substance issue. Like there was we're going to get to that too. Don't let me forget. We got to get to the Friends video on TikTok. We got to get to the psychic lady too. She's still double down, triple downing, quadruple downing, and saying that this whole thing with this other guy is a ploy. The guy that's arrested. We got to get into that. Yo, they were so mad. I was saying that tongue in cheek because I knew these people were gonna get upset. And if you remember with this guy Bryan, so look, his picture too, he was like bigger. I'm assuming this is like high school or something. He was a little bit bigger back then, you know what I'm saying? And then they said he went through this transformation or something, some weight loss stuff. He started taking kickboxing. And this one friend said that this guy was like a heroin addict, allegedly, back in high school. This is what one friend says. And that friend, she showed pictures of them together. So I think she's telling the truth. I don't think she's just making that up. She said the guy was like hooked on heroin. So I don't know. And she thought that he cleaned himself up. And I don't know what he did to clean himself up. I don't know, you know. Did he get off the substances? Did he, instead of taking downers, did he start taking uppers? Did the new vegan diet, you know, did he go hardcore? You know, heroin. The heroin diet. The chat's crazy. All right, so let's keep going. But this I'm glad she mentioned this.
Wondering what your loved one went through at the time of their death. It will never be over for them. There is no closure for these families.
No, it's a good point. I bet. Do you believe?
There we go. I want to take it back a little bit. Full screen.
You to see him, that face staring in your bathroom, race, single.
So the suspect here, I mean, the initial profile that came out, this is pretty close to the person that is the suspect at this point.
Yes, it is. From the get-go, we said a male between 25 and 38 to 40, a white male because people normally kill within their own race, single, which she is. As a matter of fact, there's no indicia of a girlfriend, an ex, a fiance, even a high school girlfriend hasn't been dug up yet. So is this guy an incel? What was his motivation? And let me remind everybody, the state doesn't even have to prove motivation. But I can tell you, take a look at this guy. Would it surprise you to see him, that face staring in your bathroom window? Damn. Because it would not surprise me. And this is a death penalty state. 4 bodies equals the death penalty.
Well, I hope that the parents have some degree of closure and something in their heart and their family members that they get some degree of closure. Sir.
There's no such thing as closure.
Shut up.
This guy will probably end up with a life sentence unless a jury comes to their senses and gives him the death penalty. These families, and I know, as being a victim of violent crime, you get a life sentence for the rest of your life, wondering what your loved one went through at the time of their death. It will never be over for them. There is no closure for these families.
No, it's a good point. I bet. Do you believe that there is or is not somebody else out there? The police chief was asked a direct question. He didn't exactly give a totally 100% conclusive answer to that.
You're so right, Jason. He totally dodged it. Forensically, it appears that there was only one type of weapon used. So what am I supposed to think? They handed the knife off to each other? No. But could someone have been a lookout? Did someone help plan it? Possibly. But in my mind, highly doubtful.
No murder weapon at this point. What's your take on that?
I think he got rid of the weapon. I think he studied long enough, getting his master's and soon his PhD in criminology to know to get rid of the murder weapon. Hello. But still, I am confounded by the fact that he kept the car. Maybe he couldn't explain that away to mommy and daddy. And that car, as you heard a few minutes ago.
And so the thing is, they're saying to this guy, finished out the semester, right? So they say, and then what did he go to his mom and dad's a couple of days ago, or like for the winter break or whatever, or the Thanksgiving break? So nobody in this town thought, like, when he was staying in his Washington State, wasn't it Washington State apartment somewhere? Nobody over there, everybody was just sleeping. This big story, everybody's looking for the white Hyundai Elantra. Did he just have the car parked out there the entire time? Nobody saw this shit? It was the talk of the nation. And then homeboy pulls up to his parents' house in that car? Okay?
is going to be a treasure trove. Look, it's practically impossible to clean blood out of a car. You can't get rid of DNA with bleach. You've got to use something like muriatic acid, such as black swan.
What are those people in those apartments doing? They all high partying and shit? What's going on in that apartment? Nobody's seen this shit parked outside? Hey, man. Yeah, what's up? Nothing, man. Yeah, let's just party. All right, bro. What?
Swan. He didn't do that. I guarantee you they're going to find something, some trace in that car, be it the front, the steering wheel, the ignition, the hatchback. There will be something in that car.
Yeah, it was December 7th that they put out that picture at 3:45 in the morning. That car's going by, but it obviously played a huge role in the evidence in trying to track this person down.
It really did. We long said, find the car. Our hopes were raised when a car similar to this was found in Oregon with a homeless person sleeping in it. That was not the car. This is the car. Now, we understand that they have matched him up to DNA at the crime scene. It can't just be any DNA, because that was a real party house. And is there anything wrong with that, having a good time? But DNA at critical locations, such as in both the bedrooms, on all the bodies or more than one body, possibly on the doorknob. Did he touch the doorknob of the downstairs girls that lived that night? It's not just DNA at the scene. It's DNA at critical locations in that scene that will now match up to him. Where did they get the matchup? Maybe like you heard earlier, genealogical DNA, or maybe they got his DNA from this 4-day stakeout we know that the cops have done. Did they see him throw out a pizza or a McDonald's coffee cup? We don't know, but they were watching him for a reason.
Nancy Grace, love your perspective. Appreciate your passion on this, and thank you.
Okay, so I love that. I didn't even watch it. This morning when I woke up, all I did was skim that video on mute. And I saw her facial expressions, and I was like, she's snapping. She's snapping. We got to watch this. She's snapping. And now we're going to listen to the podcast as well. Ooh, look at that face. And she even mentioned the vegan. I was like, oh, shit, that's a girl's got balls. I just want to hear the vegan part again one more time.
D in criminal justice. Yet he drove the getaway car all the way and parked it outside of mommy's house? Are you kidding me? Another thing we know about this guy, he has been described as obsessively vegan to the point that he made his parents get rid of their pots and pans. Oh no, the bake process in the dishwasher wasn't enough. They had to buy new pans that had never touched meat. What does that tell me?
What?
He is obsessive. He is fastidious. He's about 6 feet tall. He's socially awkward. He planned this whole thing out. Did you notice the charges? He didn't go in to steal. He didn't go in to rape anybody. He went into that home with the intent to kill. How long had he been watching these girls? And as we speak, Jason, they are tearing his Pullman apartment apart for any notes or writings, anything that can match him up to this murder, and I predict they will find it.
So
wait, she said that they had to like clean this guy's pants or
His
something?
parents get rid of their pots and pans. Oh no, the bake process in the dishwasher wasn't enough. They had to buy new pans that had never touched meat. What does that tell me? He is obsessive.
Bro, he would have got kicked out. You coming back with that bullshit? Oh, you can't hit this, you can't do that, you gotta watch this, we gotta throw it out. Get the F out of here. Fuck out of here making those demands. You crazy? Coming back to my house, all this shit. Get out of here with that bullshit. You kidding me? So that's really interesting. That gives us a bit of insight into the nuttiness of this guy, probably, you know, the maybe the obsession and like compulsion or whatever term you want to come up with.
Mommy's house? Are you kidding me? Another thing we know about this guy, he has been described as obsessively vegan to the point that he made his parents get rid of their pots and pans. Oh no, the bake process in the dishwasher wasn't enough. They had to buy new pans that had never touched meat. What does that tell me? He is obsessive. He is fastidious. He's about 6 feet tall. He's socially awkward. He planned this whole thing out. Did you notice?
Wow. All right. So let's move on, because I want to get to the podcast. I thought really quick, though, it'd be good to segue a little bit before we get to the podcast on how he was found. The CNN article, Flossie sent this to me, and I'll slow the chat down more. I see you guys are telling me, slow the chat down. Slow it down, man. Slow it down to like 5 minutes, man. One chat per 5 minutes. No, okay. I'll do 20 seconds, I guess. We'll try that. Somebody was telling me last night, she's like, every time they tell you to slow it down, you add like 1 or 2 seconds. 2 seconds. All right, there. Good. All right, so Bryan was arrested in his home state of Pennsylvania and charged with 4 counts of murder in the first degree, as well as felony burglary in connection with the stabbing deaths of 4 University of Idaho students. Investigators have not confirmed suspect's motive, whether he knew the victims. The murder weapon was also not located. And I just want to get to this part here. Investigators honed in on Kohberger as the suspect through DNA evidence by confirming his ownership of the white Hyundai Elantra seen near the crime scene, according to 2 law enforcement sources briefed on the investigation. Kohberger, who authorities say lived minutes away from the scene of the killings, is a PhD in the Washington State University's Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology, the school confirmed. He drove across the country in a white Hyundai Elantra and arrived at his parents' house in Pennsylvania around Christmas. So this dude was chilling in, well, really close to the area, because that Washington State University is very close. And we had a call yesterday that was really interesting, that she said those people commonly go to Moscow and vice versa, and people go hang out and do whatever, go to the bar, blah, blah, blah. So an FBI surveillance team tracked him for 4 days before his arrest, while law enforcement worked with prosecutors to develop enough probable cause to obtain a warrant. The 2 law enforcement sources said genetic genealogy techniques were used to connect Kohberger to unidentified DNA evidence. Another source with knowledge of the case tells CNN the DNA was run through a public database to find potential family member matches, and subsequent investigative work by law enforcement led to him as the suspect, the source said. So that's pretty interesting. DNA, genetic genealogy techniques. So that's pretty interesting. And maybe it wasn't his directly, but maybe one of his family members, what came up, you know? Let's do the Nancy podcast, and then we'll get into this chick, where she took down one of her original videos. I have it saved. I won't play it, because the reason she took it down is, I think it's because she said her friends' names and she showed their faces. And so they wanted her to take that down, which I don't blame her, but she did make a bunch of videos about it. So let's get to the podcast. Nancy's back from vacation, probably early. I didn't think I was going to see any of these people, but I guess because of the story, they all came back.
I'm Cheryl McCollum, host of the brand new Cold Case podcast, Zone.
Kind of loud. Hold on. Everybody wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up.
Crime Stories with me. Listen to Chief James Fry.
Last night, in conjunction with the Pennsylvania State Police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, detectives arrested 28-year-old Bryan Christopher Kohberger in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, on a warrant for murders of Ethan, Xana, Madison, and Kaylee.
You guys.
I want to personally thank these agencies for their assistance in this case. Kohberger resides in Pullman, Washington, and is a graduate student at Washington State University.
Since that incredible 3 a.m.-ish arrest, we've learned a lot about Bryan Christopher Kohberger. With me an all-star panel to make sense of what we know right now. But first, straight out to Laura Ingle, senior correspondent, Fox News. Laura, thank you for being with us. What can you tell us about how the arrest went down? Who, what, why, when, where?
Hi, Nancy. Well, we're actually currently positioned outside the Monroe County Correctional Facility. This is a jail here in Pennsylvania where the suspect is being held until he makes his extradition court appearance on Tuesday. He was here. There are reports that he drove from Washington State to Pennsylvania sometime within the Christmas holiday. We don't know that for sure, but that are some of the reports that we're starting to hear today. But early Friday morning, like you said, around 3 a.m., Pennsylvania State Police arrived at a home here in Monroe County serving a search warrant. And we believe it was the home of his parents. And you've seen the photos by now, the aerials. It's a very large home in a sprawling area, rural mountainous roads in the Pocono Mountains. They showed up 3 a.m., took him into custody. There's word that they did say that they got a white Elantra. We're not clear if it was in the driveway, but it was somewhere in Monroe County, and it is now in police custody. And of course, we talked about how that's going to be a treasure trove of information within that car. One thing that we are just learning today, people are now starting to kind of come out of the woodwork. People that knew him, people that took classes with him. He went to school in Washington State, just about 9 miles away from the murder scene. And the New York Post is now reporting that he attended a criminal justice class after the November 13th homicides. And they talked about this case. This is what B.K. Norton told the New York Post, that he went to class and they all sat around talking about it. They say that he was quiet and deadpan, and that they were discussing just how the murders had taken place, how crazy it was. They had no information, and that they were all hoping they were safe. He's telling the New York Post today, little did we know the murderer was among us. That's a quote from the Post there. So right now he is in this jail. It holds about 400 inmates, maximum and minimum security. We've reached out to the parents who do live here for comment. We have not been able to get through to them. While he did have that apartment in Washington State, he is registered to vote here. This is technically the address that he has is here in Pennsylvania. So we're digging around more to find out, or to talk to people who knew him, who went to school with him. And police said in that press conference Friday night that they want to know, if you know this guy, if you know Bryan, please come forward. We want to talk to you about what he was talking about around the times of the murder, how he was acting, where he was going. They say this is a whole new chapter. They still have a lot of information they're trying to get. Now we've got that name in the face. They hope more people will come forward.
Laura Ingle, I saw that.
I'm muted. This part here too, we covered some of this yesterday, but they added more information. And so this Nick, who was friends with Kohberger in high school and vocational school, described Kohberger as down to earth and overweight when they graduated junior year. But at the start of senior year, Kohberger was thinner than a rail and turned aggressive. He said he'd also picked up a new hobby, taking boxing classes, which I hear that's a really good workout. I had a friend recommend that to me. I thought about it, boxing. He always wanted to fit somebody. He always wanted to fight somebody. He was bullying people. We started cutting him off from our friend group because he was 100% a different person, adding that he had no idea what might have contributed to the change that summer. McCollum said that Kohberger would spend half the school day at Pleasant Valley High before heading to Monroe County's vocational school, where they took classes related to heating and air conditioning work. He said Kohberger also took criminal justice courses to potentially become a cop, which is interesting. McCollum said the friendship ended when Kohberger began putting moves on his girlfriend. He was like reaching out to her saying, I can get us a bottle. We can hang out tonight. Another high school friend, which we're going to watch her videos after the podcast, Thomas Arntz recalled Kohberger as a bully. Well, I don't know if that's her or not, but recalled Kohberger as a bully who would point out his friends' flaws and insecurities to distract from his own struggles with his weight. So it's kind of, it's interesting to hear some of this feedback from people. It seems like he went through a transformation at some point. Like the one friend said that he was addicted to heroin allegedly, or had this heroin problem back in high school. A couple of friends, it seems like he struggled with his weight, and now we have the vegan thing on top of it. So he went through a lot of different transformations. You know, I don't know what was it just a accumulation of everything? Just being angry, upset, hating himself, maybe. Who knows if he was taking substances too? Like the friend said that she thought he had cleaned himself up, but did he switch up? Did he start taking something else? He did that to me all the time. Arntz told the Daily Beast. He would go after my intelligence. He would basically insinuate that I'm kind of slow-witted and that I'm forgetful and that I lack the intelligence to be his friend. Damn. Jeez. Arntz said he cut off his friendship with Kohberger because of the incessant bullying. He said Kohberger's father, a maintenance worker, and a mother, substitute teacher, were genuinely kind people. Arntz's sister, Casey, said Kohberger told her after graduating that he had entered rehab. Okay. When she ran into him at the wedding in 2017, at a wedding, she said it seemed his life was picking up. She added, apparently it wasn't. Arntz said she was shocked by the news of Kohberger's arrest, but not surprised. He was a mean-spirited bully. He said, I never thought he would do something like this, but at the same time, it really doesn't surprise me. A former teacher of Kohberger at Pleasant Valley High School told the Daily Beast that he was a good kid and never in major trouble. She said that when she taught him in 11th and 12th grade, Kohberger was passionate about criminal justice. He was just a regular 12th grader, had a few friends, was a good student. She said, I thought he would become a police officer or correctional officer. Imagine this guy being a cop. All right, let's say like this murder stuff didn't happen. And it got to like this dude being a cop. Imagine this guy, just pulling people over, what kind of shit he would do to people if he did. I don't know. He liked to watch movies about police and then ask me the next day if I'd seen it. It was more than a hobby for him. He was always asking questions, she said. She said she's feeling sick over Kohberger's alleged crimes and wonders if she could have done more for him or said something different to prevent him from traveling down the dark path. He liked school, got good grades, did Votech, had friends, and had a plan to go to school for criminal justice. She said he had his life in order. Another classmate who asked not to be named said Kohberger, I remember he was very quiet and shy. A lot of people made fun of him. I don't know if it was because he was quiet and shy or how heavy he was. You see, and this is like a common theme, it seems like. But you could tell he was smart, organized student, like all as and really to the point. Okay. Like all A's. Okay, I read that wrong. And really to the point. The arrest signifies a long-awaited breakthrough and a stunning turn of events. All right, so we'll get back to the podcast. But the other thing too that was kind of interesting, and I gotta find the correct information, but this Daily Mail article, I'll just read the caption. We'll get to the article later, but father of Idaho murder victim Kaylee Goncalves says cops never mentioned suspect's name to the family, and everything was kept under wraps, as he praises investigators who he once criticized. And so, I think a lot of us could understand the father's frustration, probably, and who knows what it's like to be in that position. But he was going in hard on cops. And just imagine if cops put this, like, let's say cops told families everything. Let's say cops had went and told the families, we know where he is, we know his name, we're gonna watch him for 4 days. Imagine, and most of the parents are kind of like quiet for the most part, but imagine, one of them kind of getting pissed off and being like, we know who the killer is and they're not doing anything. They're just watching him and not doing it, like out of frustration. Like imagine the damage that can do, and could tip off the guy or something like that. Or maybe they're like, oh, we're going to go get him ourselves. There's a reason they can't, even to families, there's certain information that they just have to protect the integrity to actually catch the person, All right, so let's continue.
Quote by a fellow student, B.K. Norton. And I noticed, Laura Ingle, that the student also said this guy had always been pretty taciturn, pretty quiet, but that the defendant, was more animated following the murders and that whenever they would have a class discussion, remember this is, less than 12 miles away from the murders. He's at Washington State University getting his PhD in criminology, that whenever that would be brought up, the murders would be brought up, he would go completely quiet and, quote, deadpan, would never interject anything he thought about the murders at all. Complete radio silence whenever that was brought up. Did you see that, Laura Ingle?
I did see that, and I thought it was really interesting. And the idea of him being animated after the murders, being the main suspect in this case, thinking about, did he think he got away with something? Did he think that he was going to get away with it? And then possibly sitting back in that criminal justice class and just kind of, everybody that has talked about knowing him say that he always felt like he wanted to be kind of the smartest guy in the room. He always wanted.
That's what I'm saying. He was probably getting off on watching the news and not being caught yet. And even just being right there in class, like right there so close and stuff. It was probably like a high for him. And maybe he really did think he outsmarted cops and society and everybody,
Wanted to over-explain things that he knew about, wanting to make sure that everybody knew what his level of intelligence was. So, you can only imagine that he's sitting back in that class, maybe arms crossed, maybe just like taking it all in, seeing what people are saying about the murders as he's kind of digesting what the perception was.
Yeah, he is by no means an idiot because, I was looking online to Cheryl McCollum, founder, director of the Cold Case Research Institute at coldcasecrimes.org. We know that he got an associate's degree, a 2-year degree at a local community college in Pennsylvania. Then he goes on to DeSales University, also in Pennsylvania, and he gets his BA, or was it a BS, in criminology. He was on the dean's list. Then he gets his master's degree in criminal justice, also at DeSales. Then he gets his master's degree at WSU, Washington State University, 9 miles from the murder scene. Then starts his doctorate, and he actually was a teaching assistant. And which is very common when you're getting your PhD. They'll throw a little money, the school will throw a little money at you, or you might get a scholarship or a stipend if you're a teaching assistant. Teach classes, help other students. I can't wait to hear what the students have to say that studied under him, Cheryl McCollum. So this guy is no idiot at all.
Oh, he's not an idiot, Nancy, but again, he's not experienced in the ways that matter as far as forensics and leaving things at a crime scene goes.
This is interesting too. I read this last night. Former friends told the Daily Beast that Kohberger's high school years were marked by drastic weight loss, as well as cruel bullying and a deep interest in police, movies, and criminology. Meanwhile, his parents battled financial issues, filing for bankruptcy the year Kohberger was born, and again when he was 14. On the second occasion, they surrendered their house and car after facing $260,000 in debts and just having $512 in the bank, records show. Damn. There was another article somewhere, I don't even know where it's at, where they had said that the people that saw him showing up to class, I thought they said that he was showing up really tired or showing up late to class, or just have a coffee in his hand after the murders. So
the students are going to have unbelievable testimony about things that he said, things that he was interested in. And I'm telling you, there will be a plethora of information in that house. Can you imagine from getting his, associate's degree to working on a PhD, how much writing he did? It's going to be there.
Gosh, yes.
I'm Cheryl McCollum, host of the brand new Cold Case podcast, Zone 7.
You heard us talking about this. As part of his criminology degree, the scene.
Weapon, if you use something, what did you use? I read the whole entire thing. And
Karen Stark, you're so right about the murder weapon. Note to self, read all the answers from criminals that responded about what they did with the murder weapon, and then use those answers to try to find the murder weapon. Okay, go ahead.
What he was doing, and I don't think I've ever heard anything like this before, Nancy. This is really talk about brilliant. Even though Cheryl's right, he made mistakes at the crime scene, but this guy was actually teaching himself how he would be able to commit a crime. He was asking people who had done it,
right?
How did you feel? What did you do? So that he could learn. And believe me, the whole time he would read those answers, he was plotting in his head what he was, and getting really excited about the prospect of trying all this out.
You just poured gas on the fire. That is Joseph Scott Morgan, professor of forensics, Jacksonville State University, author. I mean, it's so long I can't even get through his credentials. I mean, really, you know what? Shorten your resume, please, Joe Scott. Author of Blood Beneath My Feet on Amazon. Great, by the way. Host of a brand new hit series, Body Bags with Joseph Scott Morgan on iHeart, and so forth and so on. Okay, you're brilliant. All right, Joe Scott Morgan, now that I've fed your ego for this morning, did you hear what Karen Stark and Cheryl McCollum both said? Yes, he may be smart, but no, this is one of your quotes. You quote somebody else that every action leaves behind a trace. What's your quote that you always throw at me?
Edmond Locard, the godfather of forensic science. Every contact leaves a trace. He said that over 100 years ago, Nancy, and here we are.
One of these days, Joe Scott Morgan, when we're on together, I'm gonna give that quote and the origination and act like it's all mine and just see how you respond. But that said,
it'll be the community. But
you're absolutely correct. Explain.
Yeah, here we are on the brink of 2023, and that still applies. Everywhere he went, every contact that he made in that scene, and of course in that car, the car is a big piece to this. He's leaving something behind, not just of himself, but everything that he brought out of that house, any kind of biological sample, blood, hair, any kind of trace elements would have been transferred over to that vehicle. And Nancy, trust me on this, please, I beg you. In a case like this, where you have sharp force injuries, and you multiply that by a factor of 4 people and multiple stab wounds, he will be just absolutely super saturated in blood. That would have been transferred somewhere into that vehicle in any other environment that he may have entered into. And so that is going to be a tie back. And I was amazed, absolutely amazed yesterday when they said, hey, we've got a DNA profile on this guy.
Amazing.
It was absolutely amazing. That's my biggest takeaway in this case.
Guys, I'm going to go to an incredible guest, Chris McDonough, and a high-profile lawyer out of Jacksonville, former FBI Dale Carson. But I got to circle back right here to Cheryl McCollum. Not only is she founder and director of the Cold Case Research Institute, she's a forensic expert, and she is now the host and star of a new hit series. It's a podcast called Zone 7.
And a little bit too, I'm going to show you some videos from News Nation that they were outside the Bryan's apartment, I guess, collecting evidence. For those that haven't seen it, it's pretty short. Let me just get the super chats real quick because I've kind of forgot them for a bit. Amber, thank you. Amber, thank you so much for the super chat. Says protect the legs at all costs. That groan, that groan. That's what it felt like. BB, amazing. Thank you for the membership. Jet Harper, thank you for the super chat. Says tragedy pimps overplayed the car, so I think people ignored it. It seems like such a long shot, and it's a common car. It is, yeah. Imperfect, and maybe they weren't just expecting you to see all the way out there in Pennsylvania, but still, yeah, for the WSU area, that's kind of crazy, man. These people, I mean, I don't know if he hid that car. Was he just parked outside of his apartment the entire time? Nobody, what, did he take that car to school or did he walk to school? I guess he walked. Just nobody would see that. Imperfect Me, thank you so much. And him seeing that in the news, I would think, shit, ditch the car, or I don't know, maybe. Imperfect Me, thank you for the super chats, or the membership, actually, 7-month membership. I need your Cash App. It won't allow me to super chat you here. It's $iCkEdMeL or whatever that sign is. Yeah, I think it's $iCkEdMeL. I'm working on a new one though. That's just, well, I'll talk about that another time. Colorado Mountain Life. Thank you for the super chat. It says, hi, do you remember when you had the brief car chase on 10 days ago or so, and then it just suddenly stopped and there was no more word on it? Any further info on that? Wasn't that in Pennsylvania too? Yo, everything's a blur to me. Everything past today, like yesterday, is like a blur. I vaguely remember that. But I think they would have mentioned if it had anything to do with the chase with this guy. Rosie, thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Says, thanks, Mel, for always bringing us the info, helping find missing children and people, and of course the car chases. Thank you so much. We're gonna get back into it soon. I'm sure after the New Year's, probably into mixing up some more cases. Nancy Jennings says, he reminds me of Ted Bundy, a narcissist. I heard he posted a questionnaire on Reddit. Yeah, that was really interesting, the survey that he was putting on there.
7. Cheryl McCollum, I got a ton of questions, but I couldn't look at them while you and I were on air together last night. I saw them all after. I wish I could have looked at them because one of them was really good. I think I touched on this, but then dropped it to go on to something else last night. There's a very strong likelihood that at least one, if not more, of the victims, these beautiful, oh gosh, they're not that older than my...
Let me ask you this too, because somebody in the chat said, oh, damn, I lost it. I thought I was going to bring up a good point. What do you think about people that have known him, that are coming forward, you know, making videos or like posts and talking about his interactions? Because somebody had just said that, oh, here we go. GC says, some of Bryan Kohberger's college classmates say they have been told to only talk to police about their interactions with him because they could potentially be called as a character witness in the case. So how do you feel? What do you guys think about, you know, people coming forward and telling their stories? I mean, we all want to know, right? I mean, could that hurt the case? I guess not, right? I mean, if it's going to be the same in and out. I don't know.
Twins, Cheryl, they're the age of your children, Cheryl. Did you think about that? The victims are the age of your children. Anyway, I was wondering if any of them fought back. Would his body still, the defendant's body, still have scratches, bruises on the body 47 days later? Yeah, and I came to the conclusion very quickly that they would be gone. Then somebody wrote in, unless he cut himself with the knife. So what about that, Cheryl McCollum?
Well, knives get very slippery when they get blood all over them. And a lot of times the perpetrators will injure themselves either because their hand slips on the knife or when they're grabbing the victim with their non-dominant hand and then stabbing, they will stab their non-dominant hand. So that's one thing that investigators are going to be looking for. The second thing is these students, these other classmates, they may have noticed a black eye or a scratch on his face or a scratch on his neck or scratches on his hands and arms. So there may be other witnesses out there. And Nancy, I'll tell you what he kind of reminds me of, Israel Keys. Israel Keys.
May he rot in hell for all eternity.
May he absolutely rot in hell for all eternity. But he studied Ted Bundy, as you know. And he kind of upped his game a little bit by having those cachets and stuff. But let me tell you, he made a mistake.
Kits. This freak, serial killer Israel Keys, last known victim, Samantha Koenig, barista out of Alaska, actually had kill kits all across the country that would have what he thought he needed to commit and cover up murders. Wow. Freak. Okay, go ahead.
But when it came down to it, as much planning and studying as he did, he made a mistake at an ATM with the victim's card.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm telling you. They
idiot.
Study, but when they're not a, real criminal, they don't have that type of mind to get away with things. They make these mistakes, and this is what I see in Moscow.
Hey, Jackie here in the studio with me, you're making a very, very sour, kind of a bitter face right now. I hope it's not at me. I hope it's at the defendant.
At the victim.
The defendant. Okay, good to know. Of course, you and I intimately know the case of Israel Keys and Samantha Koenig. Okay, guys, hold on, Dale Carson. I cannot believe you have not injected yourself yet. You must be.
Well, I wanted to say something about Cheryl.
Just as I was about to go to Chris McDonough. See how polite he's being? Just an, go to. Okay, go ahead, Dale Carson. High-profile lawyer joining me out of Jacksonville, but this is the reason I really love Carson, because he's a former FBI agent and cop in Miami-Dade, where there is never a lack of business. Author of Arrest Proof Yourself at DaleCarsonLaw.com. Okay, hit me.
All right, so Cheryl is a most remarkable person on this program. Cheryl is, and I'll tell you why. She pointed out early on that white car, nobody had called police to say it was theirs. And then yesterday, most elegantly, she said this. She said, just because you can read the recipe for a cake doesn't mean you can bake one. And that's certainly true with this guy. He may have had all that information from all these sources, but he'd never made a cake. And that's what allowed him, as Cheryl pointed out, to get caught ultimately. Because just because you can make the cake, read the directions, doesn't mean that you can kill the people and get away with it.
That brings me to a point, and you're absolutely correct. Chris McDonough is with me, director at the Cold Case Foundation, former homicide detective. I found him as I was going deep on the internet, looking at anything about the Idaho murders. And I found him on his YouTube channel, The Interview Room, and I was I think I watched his drive-through of Moscow. Guys, correct me. Is it Moscow or Moscow?
Moscow.
Moscow.
Okay, what?
Yeah, Moscow.
Okay.
They got me on that a long time ago. You better say Moscow. It's Moscow. They got me a long time ago.
I'm glad you told me that, because I must have said Moscow one time last night. I had about 50 responses on Twitter alone about what an idiot I was for saying Moscow. Okay, Moscow. Thank you. They were right. Everybody was right, and I was wrong. Chris McDonough with me, host of The Interview Room. Your drive-through, Moscow, I watched that I don't know how many times, over and over. And it's like, what is it, an hour and 45 minutes long? You're not one for brevity, thank God in heaven, because I wanted to soak in every single detail. He's going about 2 miles an hour down Main Street in Moscow, and then he turns left at a gas station. You see everything in such incredible detail. And he's got, I think, your wife, the lady you keep calling honey, both of you were chiming in like, look at that, look at this, look at that, look at this. And it was incredibly helpful. That aside, Chris, what do you make of the fact that now we know for sure that this guy, Kohberger, went back to class? Think about it, Jackie. He goes back to class after a quadruple homicide and sits in class like, do, nothing's wrong. Continues as normal, SOP, and they're talking about the case, the murders in class. They're talking about the white Elantra, and there he is with a white Elantra. And it never occurred to him, wow, I should go tell them I have a white Elantra so they can rule me out, right? He never said a word, Chris.
Yeah, Nancy, I mean, pretty interesting, right? And I think we get a clue of that early on in some of the press conferences, a comment that the chief made. Remember early on, he came out and said to the public, if you see any shifts in behavior of people around you, and that would be a red flag for them, right? To call the authorities at that point. And so I think, we've been right on target with this guy in this panel discussion here for the, weeks now, that this guy has been sitting back watching all of this, and quite frankly, perhaps, getting a great deal of satisfaction out of, just the ability to sit there like a chameleon in plain sight. And, the doc can measure that in relationship to his ego. But I think it's fascinating that the guy did not step forward. Absolutely.
I wish I could focus more on what you're saying, Chris McDonough, but Jackie here in the studio, it's hard to focus when you see a piece of paper going back and forth like that over in the corner.
Oh,
so I finally
Jesus.
have to look at her, and she actually has a point. What about the fact, Dave Mack joining me from crimeonline.com, is it true, Dave Mack, that there are reports upon his arrest around 3 a.m. in the morning, which is quite a coincidence that the murders occurred around 3 a.m. Jackie, you get credit for that. 3 a.m. in the morning. He said, has anybody else been arrested?
Wait, we had a caller yesterday call in and point that out. That she was saying that, do you think it was like any significance? That, you know, I didn't think there was any significance, but we were talking about that yesterday, actually. somebody had called in. And by the way, if you guys could please like and subscribe the channel, I appreciate it. It would be nice to get to 170,000 by tonight, 12 a.m. About what are we, almost 600 away, I guess, right? 600. Yeah, please subscribe. I'd appreciate that.
Did he say that? Is that a correct report, Dave Mack?
Yes.
That has not been confirmed from anything I've seen yet, Nancy. But I have heard it mentioned
reported,
twice.
Dave Mack?
It was reported that he said it, not confirmed.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, that is very unusual. Why he would say that. But I want you to take a listen to our cut 199. This is Chief James Fry of the Moscow, Idaho Police. Listen.
This was a very complex and extensive case. We developed a clear picture over time, and we stand assured that the work is not done. But be assured the work is not done. This has just started. Since November, we have remained laser focused on pursuing every lead in our pursuit of justice for the victims and their families. I recognize the frustration with the lack of information that's been released. However, providing any details in this criminal investigation might have tainted the upcoming criminal prosecution or alerted the suspect of our progress. We will continue to provide as much information as we can as the process moves forward. In our pursuit of justice for the victims and their families. I recognize the frustration with the lack of information that's been released. However, providing any details in this criminal investigation might have tainted the upcoming criminal prosecution or alerted the suspect of our progress. We will
that.
Well, that makes perfect sense. And of course, there's a supporting document, as you well know, called an affidavit for probable cause that a judge has to look at and agree that there's sufficient probable cause to issue a warrant or make an arrest. Now, in this particular case, we know that there's a state warrant and there was a federal warrant as well. So both of those warrant systems allow access to electronic monitors and other things through the court system. So there's going to be a plethora of information that develops once he's back in Moscow.
Another thing, in addition to correcting me when I said Moscow, the social media, let me just say, viewers.
I think she's like trying to use like a nice term or something.
Also pointed out that I was trying and convicting Kohberger before we've even struck a jury. That's not true. They're coming for her, I guess.
Cal. Apparently, I didn't realize there's another episode too from yesterday. So I think there's a few things. Once we listen to this podcast, there's a few things I wanted to show you, like the friend and the TikTok person. But if you guys want, if you're up for it, we can listen to the other one as well. I don't know how informative it's going to be since we watched the newer one first, but we could start out listening to it and see what they have to say if you guys want to.
The social media, let me just say,
let's just call them viewers.
Also pointed out that I was trying and convicting Kohberger before we've even struck a jury. That's not true. I was accused of convicting the Duke lacrosse players, but I would like to point out that my opinions were based on what the district attorney, the rape kit nurse, and the victim, the alleged rape victim, turns out she was lying, were saying. And the day, I don't know if you remember this, Cheryl, you may have been on with me, the afternoon one of the lacrosse players gave a statement, actually spoke in front of reporters. I immediately said, that is the state's worst nightmare.
So I haven't even heard of this other thing that she's talking about, this lacrosse situation. So, what are they saying? Are they saying that there was an alleged victim that lied? Is that what they're saying? I don't know. That's a whole different thing. Maybe if somebody finds it, email it to me or the admins. I don't want to veer off too far, but I'm just kind of curious.
Because I believe that the lacrosse player, he was, I think he was even taking questions. He was truthful. He was forthcoming. And also, I remember in the Elizabeth Smart case, I was accused of convicting Ricci. And what I had always said is he makes the perfect suspect. Not that I thought he was guilty. But when I actually met and spoke to his wife one night on Larry King, I'm like, I believe her. I think she's telling the truth about his alibi. That's just, the state needs to rethink the case.
Duke Lacrosse.
In this case, we are going forward. We are proceeding with what we know right now. I think it goes without saying that everyone is presumed innocent and that we have to have a jury trial before there's a conviction. So I thought that was just a given, but apparently not. In the meantime, take a listen to our cut 203, Bill Thompson, the local prosecutor.
As far as Mr. Kohberger, I can share with you that he is a graduate student at Washington State University and has an apartment residence over at Pullman. He has had an initial appearance in front of a judge in Pennsylvania. He is being held without bond, and the warrant from our magistrate judge here also provides for no bond. We understand that he's scheduled to be back in court in Pennsylvania next Tuesday afternoon, and that a public defender has been appointed for him there. The process at this point is, since he was arrested in another state, he has the opportunity to either waive extradition and return voluntarily to the state of Idaho, or if he prefers not to waive extradition, then we will initiate extradition proceedings through our governor's office. If we do that, it can take a while for him to get here.
Of course, we all know, Chris McDonough from the Cold Case Foundation, extradition is a very short proceeding. It's not, are you guilty or innocent? It's nothing even touching on guilt or innocence. It's very simply, hey, are you Chris McDonough? That's all I need to know, because we've got a warrant for you, if you're Chris McDonough, out of Idaho for a quadruple slaying. All I need to know right here in Pennsylvania is, are you Chris McDonough? That's it. Are you? And if you are wise, you'll go, yes, I am, because if you won't answer or say no, or don't waive extradition, all they do is they get your 5 fingers and they do a print right there in court and compare it to a fingerprint sent over from elsewhere. And if you match, you match, and you're sent whether you like it or not. It's just very simply a transmittal type of hearing. Usually lasts, I've done a million of them, about 15 minutes. Would you agree with that, Chris McDonough?
Absolutely, Nancy. And I think what's going to be interesting is to see how he does answer that question, right? And I read an interesting article last night. It was a letter to the editor from one of his family members, actually his mother, where she complained about the death penalty. And this was previous to obviously his arrest. So I wonder if that's going to play into any of this, to your point, in the courtroom. So that's something to, just kind of look out for.
Speaking of the mom and what we know about the family, I got to tell you something. Cheryl McCollum, did you see where they lived? I understand. I think Laura Engel told me last night it was in a gated community. Those are huge homes, huge lots, at least an acre to 2 acres, maybe 1.8 acres, judging on the aerial, with wooded lawn. They're grass lawns with wooded acreage between the homes. That is some setup, kind of a Silver Spoon-ish situation.
It's a great setup, but it's also a great setup for somebody that's got things to hide. So I would be interested if there's any sheds on the property, if there's a place that he used to go and hang out alone. People gravitate after they commit crimes to places that are comfortable for them.
So I thought it was something more than what kind of it was, but just real quick, I'll show this. If it lets me play it. And police are saying that they believe this guy acted alone. Okay.
I'm surprised out in Idaho for the guy to end up here with the car. The car. Wow, that's right around the block from me.
But yeah, it's usually really peaceful up here. Even like this busy road is pretty peaceful all the time. I love Pennsylvania. So, but seeing something like this, I mean, you just never know, you know. Indian Mountain Lakes I think they have like 60 miles of roads in there or something like that. So it's a huge community. So anybody could be anywhere, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, in the TikTok video, Casey claimed, we'll talk about this in a bit. Casey claimed Kohberger had managed to get clean from drugs by the time they last spoke in 2017. They censored the pictures. This video has the pictures not censored, though. She told how the last time she had spoken to Kohberger was 5 years ago when they ran into each other at a wedding when he appeared well after allegedly using drugs during high school. Back in 2017, when I spoke to him, he was clean. He was doing security detail at a school, I believe. But he seemed like he was better. Obviously, that wasn't true. Kohberger earned praises for saving another security officer's life when the officer was having an asthma attack. That's interesting. Didn't know that. Casey's brother, Thomas. Okay, so her brother spoke up as well. That's what it is. And described Kohberger as a bully who would happily note his friend's flaws and insecurities. We read that at the beginning of the stream in order to distract from his own weight struggles. That's what I kind of noticed with some people too that do that kind of stuff. I guess that like they have their own issues and so they just spend their time, not some people, they spend their time berating and like making people feel like shit when they actually have their own issues or whatever. Okay, so he would go after his intelligence. Let me get back to the podcast.
Them where they have the home field advantage. So there are things on that property that would be, I think, interesting to law enforcement. And I want to say one more thing. If he, in fact, did say, has anybody else been arrested? He would be worried about his mom. There's no way that she wasn't completely focused on what was happening near his college and what happened to those kids. And then she knew the car, too. And she knew that car was out in her driveway. So if she helped him as an accessory after the fact, he knows that. So he may have been worried about her. There's not a second killer here.
I found it very difficult to believe, Cheryl McCollum, I agree with you. Let me throw this to Joe Scott Morgan from Jacksonville State University and Body Bags. Joe Scott, given that we're told at the beginning the same type of knife wounds were on all 4 victims, that indicated one murder weapon, hence one murderer. I agree with Cheryl McCollum. I don't think that the question, has anybody else been arrested, necessarily means there was another person at the killing or taking part in the killing. I agree with Cheryl. You know, the parents had to see he's got a white Elantra right out of the park, right out of the driveway, for Pete's sake.
Yeah, and there would have been observable behavior upon his arrival back home. Was he acting, more oddly than normal, within that family? And this is, unless you're living under a rock, you're aware of this case. And to Cheryl's point, the fact that he was in such close proximity, I don't know if people appreciate the geography here. From WSU to U of I, you can walk that distance. I mean, you literally can. I mean, it's that.
I'm muted. I saw Dragonfly Lady said something about update 2-person taken into custody connection with homicides. NBC News. I haven't seen that anywhere. I see what you typed. Update 2. Okay. Update 2-person. It's really kind of, it can be misleading the way it was typed. Update 2-person taken into custody in connection with homicides. I don't know, but it's only been one person. There's no other person so far as we know. And there's just multiple articles. Idaho police believe suspect Kohberger acted alone. I think they spoke to him after. Let's see what this is real quick.
Where Police Chief James Fry just spoke to Fox producer Christina Corbin following the arrest of a suspect in the brutal student murders. Let's take a listen.
We truly believe we have the individual that committed these crimes.
Does the suspect have any known connection to the victims or the victims' extended network, or do you believe these 4 victims were randomly targeted?
You know, that's part of that investigation that we're still putting pieces together. We're still gathering information. That's why we still ask people, you know, send us tips on the individual. Send us any information you have, because that's all going to build part of that picture. Still, it's going to give us even more information.
Early on, the media got hung up on the word targeted, which was used to describe the crime. Are you able to elaborate more on that now, perhaps, or is that going to come later?
That'll come later, but I still stand beside our early statements.
Okay. Did the suspect leave DNA of any kind at the crime scene?
Like I said, we are investigating every piece of this investigation. We pulled many items of evidence, and that will all come out at some point.
Okay. And did genetic genealogy have a role in identifying him? There are reports out there that it did, and we are seeing more and more cases that get solved thanks to the use of genetic genealogy.
That will also come out. You know, we've, like I said, it's part of this investigation that we've held all those pieces, what we've used, what we've not used, how we've collected stuff. So once the probable cause affidavit or we go to trial, that information will come out.
Thank you. I remember we asked you this question several weeks ago, and you said, ask me that in the future, so I'm going to. Do you believe that this was a carefully premeditated crime? Can you discuss the level of planning you believe went into this?
You'll have to ask me that again later. You know, a lot of these things, I know it's still frustrating, right? Because I'm still holding that information. But I think what we talked about at the very beginning, why are we holding this? Number one, we're holding it because we have to by law. We still have to hold that until it comes out in the probable cause affidavit.
Can you explain that a little bit more to people listening who don't quite understand that you have to hold information because of Idaho state law until he's extradited back to the state?
Yeah, so Idaho law basically says we cannot reveal anything until he has a court appearance in the state of Idaho. Once that happens, then you'll get to see a lot of our documentation as to what got us to where we are in our investigation.
So it's coming.
Okay. I know you probably can't elaborate much on this, but it was asked yesterday at the press conference, what specifically led investigators to this suspect in Pennsylvania? Was it a tip that was called in?
What I'll tell you, and I think this is a fair statement, it was good police investigation work. Like I said, it started from the very beginning, and it went all the way through our investigators. And really, it is just good police work. And I'm very proud of the whole investigative team and what they've done.
Okay, I wanted to ask you about phone analytics, and were phone analytics done in this case, and if so, was the suspect's phone determined to be in that area on the night of the murders?
Like I said, there's a lot of things that we've utilized through this investigation, and I said early on, we will turn every stone over. We'll use every piece of information we can gather, and information like that and answers to that will come out at a later time.
Okay. Are you investigating whether this individual may have killed before?
Like I said, we're looking at everything in an investigation. I think, we're still trying to work and focus on what we have going here. We're still putting this picture together. And, it doesn't stop just because we make an arrest. Actually, it begins. And now our investigators will probably do hundreds and hundreds of more interviews to finish this picture. And then we'll carry on and see if there's anything else.
Got it. Okay. We learned that Bryan Kohberger was a PhD student in the field of criminology. It's likely these murders were discussed in his classes. And what was your reaction upon learning he was a criminology student?
A little disappointing, actually. That's not what we want in our profession. In our profession, we're above what, we hold ourselves to a higher standard, and we hold ourselves to an ethical standard, and we can't pick and choose, though, can we, what people study. So we will continue on, and we'll follow through with this investigation.
Sure, I think that it just added another level of shock, that detail for everybody.
I'm sure, especially across the nation. A lot of times in law enforcement, we're not shocked anymore. We're not shocked by anything because we've seen so much. You ask any police officer across the nation, do they get shocked by things? Typically not anymore, especially if you've been in the field for 27, 28 years.
Yeah. Okay. Have you been getting a lot of tips on the suspect since the news conference yesterday? And have people come forward from WSU to help with the investigation?
So I can tell you, we've got, I don't know, I think we had, within an hour after, we had over 400 calls come into the tip line, which is a lot for an hour, correct? I've received some through my email, but I'll tell you what I have received, and it's been the uplifting part of all of this is all the thank yous for our department, all the thank yous for this investigation team. It's overwhelming, and it's humbling, actually.
Okay. So we'll get back to the podcast, but so the thing, because I know people are still going on about the same thing from yesterday. There's only one person that's arrested so far. There's only one person. They don't believe there's an accomplice. Police have said it themselves. No accomplice. Police in Moscow. They had the wrong person yesterday. What these people did is they just looked at the recent arrest and just said, this is the suspect. I mean, people online, and so that one of the people that were mentioned yesterday had nothing to do with these murders, No accomplice. Police in Moscow, Idaho believe the suspect in the killings of the 4 Idaho colleges acted alone. Chief James Fry indicated to Fox News Saturday. Okay.
Close. So you're telling me that she had no awareness here, and that's going to be key. I want to know, but one from a forensic standpoint, one of the things that I'm very interested in regarding this car, he had this car for days and days post homicide. I want to know what's been done with the car in that period of time. Is there a record that he had it cleaned? Is there CCTV imagery of him going to a car wash, vacuuming the thing out, purchasing supplies to clean this thing with? Because it's been in his control all of this period of time. But I can tell you this, he didn't get everything out of there. I promise you that.
Oh, no way could he get everything out. Jump in. Oh, Karen Stark, I was just about to go to you about his, these are their words, not mine, his fastidious and obsessive compulsive issues regarding his eating. He was a devout vegan. And hey, don't knock it. I went vegetarian for 2 years when I was at Court TV, believe it or not. But he insisted, their words were forced, his parents to throw out their old pots and pans because they had come in contact with meat. Now, of course, that's not new, that vegans don't want to use pots and pans that have been in touch with meat. But you don't have to have your parents throw them out. Like, you can't stand them to even be in the same kitchen.
Well, that just makes me, I'm not surprised. I mean, you have to have a little bit of obsessive compulsive behavior to be able to be in a graduate program. I mean, think about law school. I mean, you really have to be organized, and it tends to develop in students. But given that, I was also thinking about the fact that he said, was anyone else arrested? And I don't, perhaps it was his family, but I really believe that's his arrogance, that it was much more about, hey, did you make any mistakes?
Someone in the chat mentioned too, I think it was Prada, that Brian Laundrie was like vegan. And the thing with that too, I know that was like I think he claimed that or something like that, but then I thought there was pictures of him not being vegan. So I don't know if it was a certain time frame or was he actually vegan or not, or because there's some people too I've heard that just pretend to be vegan and just for social media, and then they're caught eating meat and all kinds of things, So yeah.
Excellent. Just curiosity.
Well, I want to pick up on what you're saying, Karen Stark.
Yeah.
Because let's follow that through to its logical conclusion. If he is obsessive compulsive, as one aunt of his who refused to be named called him obsessive compulsive, Chris McDonough, that could really help this case. What if he was obsessive compulsive about these murders? And can't you just see him studying all those questionnaires that the criminals wrote back? Studying their techniques and actually like working himself into a frenzy and then committing the crime. Obsessive compulsive could go two ways. He could have either obsessively and compulsively planned the murders. Do you remember the murder of Bonnie Lee Bakley? Which, by the way, Robert Blake did it. I know he was acquitted, but he totally did it. And he had his henchmen, and they actually wrote out a list. We need lye, we need tarps, we need shovels, the gun, blah, blah, blah. They wrote a list. Hello, and it was found. All right, that was a bad idea. It could go that way, where there's so much evidence they find in his Pullman apartment or online, right. Or he could have been obsessive compulsive about cleaning it all away. So what about that, Chris?
Yeah.
That is kind of an interesting thought that this guy had said, the real school psychologist. This is kind of weird. Yeah. He said, wouldn't a vegan recoil from killing humans or cutting or stabbing or killing? I thought that was the whole premises with animals, but this guy's over here killing 4 people.
Nancy, I think this guy lives, it appears that he lived such a mechanical existence, right, to your thought process there. And so that's why I feel that his research is going to be really interesting to discover, what type of individuals he was connecting with. And what I find, and I'm just going to say this out loud here, but one of the things that I'm really curious about is this idea that, he's a masked murderer at this point. And is he morphing into a serial? I.e., he's gotten away with this in his mind. He gets there and he's sitting back, taking this all in. And to that methodical process, was he studying individuals? Let's use BTK for an example. Was he studying him as a, almost a mentor? And what I find interesting is his initials. His name is Bryan Christopher, Kohberger, right? But you look at his initials, BCK. So we take out the T and we have a BK. And so I'm just curious, and I'm just, thinking out loud here, is that somewhere in his research study somewhere that he's obsessed with this type of individuals? Following your train of thought, it would be very interesting to find out if during the course of his studies, he made contact with other killers and spoke to them through phone calls, email, so forth. We understand that he was relatively silent on social media. I also saw reports that he followed Maddie on Instagram. So that's not consistent. We'll know more and more and more, but we do know this. Take a listen to our cut 214, our friends at WPVI Philly.
The neighbor tells us she didn't know Bryan Kohberger, but had seen him in and out of the house in recent weeks. She says his parents were a very sweet couple, but kept to themselves. Authorities say Kohberger is a PhD student at Washington State University in Pullman, not far from the University of Idaho campus. Authorities are searching his Washington State apartment. Police in Idaho believe they have their man.
You guys can sub up. We got about 129 subscribers more. Almost 500 away. Yes, subscribe to 170. That'd be amazing. Subscribe and hit like, please.
But did not release motive or details of the crime. They say this investigation is not over and want people to come forward and provide information about Kohberger.
Anyone who knows about this individual to come forward, call the tip line.
They're still wanting information. If you've got it, tip line 208-883-7180. Repeat, 208-883-7180. They want to flesh out their case. Guys, what did they have to make them arrest Kohberger? Okay, jump in, Joe Scott Morgan. What do you think they had?
Well, obviously they've got the DNA that they've developed along the way, but I got to make a statement. I'm going to give credit to Mac on this, Nancy. She and I had a conversation at about 11 o'clock last night. You know what? We find it.
Why the hey did you do it at 11 o'clock? You had 10 to 11 with me on Fox, for Pete's sake. Yeah, and you save it, and you have your discussion at 11:01. Okay, go ahead.
You were working as hard.
I tell that. Yeah, I used to. Yeah. I had a thought, but I'll leave it alone. But I used to, like, when I used to do a thing together with a friend way long time ago, like this little kind of panel discussion sometimes. And right before we jumped on panel, they'd start talking about everything, the story, their thoughts. And I'm like, yo, this is conversation. This is content. We can be doing this on live. Save it for the live.
Hey, listen. Mac and I had a conversation, and this is what we concluded. Who in the world starts killing when they're almost 30 years of age? Who does that like this? And, you know, you begin to think about what does he have?
Which, by the way, Robert Blake did it. I know he was acquitted, but he totally did it. And he had his henchmen, and they actually wrote out a list. We need lye, we need tarps, we need shovels, the gun, blah, blah, blah. They wrote a list. Hello. And it was found. All right. That was a bad idea. It could go that way, where there's so much evidence they find in his Pullman apartment or online, right. Or he could have been obsessive compulsive about cleaning it all away. So what about that, Chris?
Yeah, Nancy, I think this guy lives, it appears that he lived such a mechanical existence, right, to your thought process there. And so that's why I feel that his research is going to be really interesting to discover, what type of individuals he was connecting with. And what I find, and I'm just going to say this out loud here, but one of the things that I'm really curious about is this idea that, he's a masked murderer at this point. And is he morphing into a serial? I.e., he's gotten away with this in his mind. He gets there and he's sitting back, taking this all in. And to that methodical process, was he studying individuals? Let's use BTK for an example. Was he studying him as a, almost a mentor? And what I find interesting is his initials. His name is Bryan Christopher, Kohberger, right? But you look at his initials, BCK. So we take out the T and we have a BK. And so there's, I'm just curious, and I'm just, thinking out loud here, is that somewhere in his research study somewhere?
Bruh. All right, so let's play, what we got? Let's touch on TikTok lady real quick. TikTok lady. Okay, she's blocked me now. She don't want none of. Oh, she privated her account. No freaking way. Oh, what happened, bro? Maybe she knew I was gonna. She probably did that because she knew I was gonna do the videos. Oh, TikTok. I should have clicked the videos and not refreshed. I'm not allowing you to come up off of me. Damn, did anybody download her videos before she took it down? Or her privated her channel? She must be watching. What's her name? Ashley. Ashley, make your profile public. We know you're watching. She was going on a whole tirade. I should have saved it. I didn't know this chick was gonna do that. My friend was telling me she was going on a whole shebang of a tirade. Did anybody watch her shift? Let me see. Let me go. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Hey. Search your hashtag. Did you watch the videos? You want to tell them what the basis of whatever she was saying?
I didn't watch them that intently.
Oh, you don't watch it? Okay, okay. 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 Ooh, bye. Let me see. Does she pop up? There we go. I think people are, yeah, okay, so she told me I can find. We'll play some of these. Just Ashley privated her stuff. Ashley is God in the flesh.
So I got served today with a lawsuit officially. Now I can provide my answer.
Sure don't look like Rebecca
and
to me.
This is where the tables turn. So I got served today with a lawsuit. She's going to realize that it's very hard to outrun consequences of her actions.
The sweet, sweet irony of those words. Sweetheart, honey bunch, you accuse an innocent woman of murder for internet clout. You went about it in such an insane ass. If there was ever a chance of tarot card reading being taken seriously,
oh shit,
you've ruined it. You destroyed any chance. If there was ever going to be a chance of it working, helping out a case, you single-handedly destroyed that.
Oh, you posted
You
a
should
video
really learn to take your own advice. It's going to be very hard for you to escape the consequence of your actions.
Oh, la.
Maybe you should start with a public apology. Maybe you should admit you were bullshitting everything, because you see, the arrests, the evidence of the man who actually has been arrested for committing this crime kind of adds up. And you know, funny, we didn't hear anything about him in your little readings. It's almost as if you only took publicly available information.
I think that's what a lot of these people do. They just go do a little research. They just get some public. I'm sorry, it's not my thing, and I try to be respectful. I don't believe in it, but these people just go and find public information. They'll go wherever, and then they'll just kind of throw up a theory somewhat close to it, or something that's the more possible or obvious possible Occam's razor type of shit, and then people are like, "Wow, they knew it! Oh my god!"
Ran with that.
But this lady Ashley, she was off her rocker though, clearly going crazy as hell.
Rather than actual history, information involved. You see, because the police know about fakers like you.
Oh shit!
They know about people like you that just need to be involved, and they make sure to keep evidence out, so that way people like you can't ruin the real investigation.
That's true. That's a really good point, man.
I will pray for you, honey. You need it. Your desperation for notoriety and to be needed. Put down the cards. Call a therapist.
Oh!
She's going to realize that it's very hard to outrun consequences of.
Let me get the super chats. We'll go through a couple more. Nerd Report said he did a live stream on it. It's about an hour long, so I won't be able to go through it. But you can check out his channel though. Oh, he does, and he does. Oh, it's in the 20 minutes. I do see that he gets to the newer ones, I think. She must be. I don't know. I wonder why she proud of it. Maybe the heat is getting to her. Let me get the super chats real quick. That lady did good though. Lady Star saying that was kind of funny. Nothing but truth. Let's see. Imperfect me. I got you ready. I got that one too. Nancy Jennings, thank you for the super chat, says he reminds me of Ted Bundy, a narcissist. I heard he posted a questionnaire on Reddit. I got that too. Gypsy, I told you when I called in on a live you did weeks ago, it would be a white male 30 or younger. I'm so happy they got him. Happy New Year's Eve, Mel and chat. Happy New Year's Eve to you guys, man. Thank you, Gypsy, for that super chat. Amy, thank you for the super chat. Says, keep in mind he was a graduate. He graduated on December 9th, and car post came out December 7th. A tip could have come out for that December 7th car of interest post by police, and they have been tracking him since. Possible, yeah. Sandy, thank you for becoming a supporter. Jazz, thank you for the super chat. Janet, thank you for the super chat. Amazing. Lisa, thank you for the super chat. Says, subscribe to Mel. So let's hope we get to 170. Yes, let's get to 170 today. That would be amazing. Let's keep going down the list. Okay, and we're getting more. We're at 169,537. Make an account if you don't have an account and subscribe. Chrissy Lee, thank you for the super chat. Says they keep saying the fact that he asked if anyone else had been arrested. Sounds like there's more suspects, but couldn't he just be trying to throw off the police? He could be trying to throw off the police, maybe, possibly, or maybe he told somebody something, and maybe there's somebody out there that knows more. But I mean, so far, police are saying they believe he acted alone. Ozzy Girl, thank you for the 6-month membership. Subscribe. 9,500 people in chat. Nice legs, Mel. Love you. I love you too. Thank you, Ozzy. May Glove, can you play the TikTok video I'm referencing in chat? I'm not sure which TikTok video you were talking about in chat. And this was like 20 minutes ago, so I definitely missed it. Airdree, thank you for the super chat. Says, just reported he's waived extradition. Oh, and we could touch on that real quick too. I had that somewhere. Okay. Let's do that real quick. Idaho murder suspect Bryan to waive extradition from Poconos. Attorney says the DCELS grad is shocked a little bit by his arrest. The attorney for the Poconos man suspected in the slaying of the 4 Idaho college students plans to waive his extradition hearing and return to face the charges. So they're going to just waive the hearing. He's coming back. They're not even going to bother trying to fight it, I guess, what they're saying. Monroe County Chief Public Defender Jason said Bryan Kohberger, Poconos native who attended Northampton College Community College, has earned his master's degrees in criminal justice from DeSales University, is eager to be exonerated in these charges and looks forward to resolving these matters as promptly as possible. So he's claiming he's innocent. Kohberger's extradition hearing was scheduled for Tuesday. His decision to waive it means charging records in Idaho can soon be unsealed, offering more answers as to how he became a suspect in the case. Idaho authorities said Friday that the state law regarding pretrial publicity prohibits releasing much information about the suspects until they are arraigned. The bar could not be reached for comment on Saturday, according to CNN. The bar said Kohberger was arrested Friday at his parents' house. He's a little shocked that he has been charged in the November 13th slayings. And the killing shook the small farming community and drew national attention as weeks passed without any sign of authorities. Okay, so they're saying over here, he looks forward, is eager to be exonerated of these charges. Amazing. Y'all think that's gonna happen? Let's see, what did it say here? I can't hear nothing.
Tarot reader here, an actual one.
Oh, shit.
If you go to my YouTube up there, you can check out Spiritually Intuitive Readings. I've got 2 videos talking about Ash's God. Ash's goddamn is really what's going on. Let me go ahead and talk about something really quick here. I've only got a few minutes on TikTok. One, if you watch any of these videos where she's accused basically an innocent woman of a crime, she will normally have, if she does hold up any kind of cards, they may be in the hand. She doesn't really interpret them. A tarot reader is an interpreter of cards. She doesn't interpret. Another thing, if you observe her table, she may have cards laid out, but she will not pick them up and explain how she came to her conclusions. Another thing.
Oh, shit. She's a false prophet.
The majority of time, Ashley as God will have oracle cards on the table. I have seen tarot maybe 2 to 3 times and only have seen an interpretation vaguely of the Seven of Wands. And I watched a lot of videos. I did see her vaguely interpret milk and honey, love. This comes from the Wisdom Oracle. Something about maybe the way Steve felt about his daughter. That is a pretty vague interpretation, but Oracle is not really something that us who do read certain things like cases, missing persons authentically, I've been doing it for years. Like I said, you are welcome to check my YouTubes. For those of us who do go ahead and do those kind of readings and have helped with certain cases and have actually emailed police officers and so forth, maybe some of our findings, Oracle is not the deck of choice to be able to do that. As a matter of fact, somewhere in here I do have some true crime decks and so forth, but they
even got a true crime deck.
We will use tarot. So one of the things I do want to get out there, Ashley is God, you are not a tarot reader. Ooh. You are using cards as a prop, and it's not possible to use oracle decks, which is the majority of the time what I see on your table, to be able to solve any kind of crime. Another thing, it looks like you've got the keyword history, okay? And somehow you do a little bit of Google, and then whoops, here comes a woman, and all of a sudden, bam, bam.
Yeah, Ashley was saying that like the word history like popped in her head, or I don't know if it was maybe like the voices in her head. Something was just telling history. And so she did like a Google search. I think the Idaho University, on the Idaho University website, and she's like history. And she types in there, and then this Rebecca person comes up, and then she starts doing a reading on her picture. And it seems like that's how she came to her conclusions.
Bam, bam, and all this kind of craziness comes in. Some of us might call that in the world psychosis. Oh! When you've got many people, TikTokers, and even the law coming at you and showing evidence, okay, that you are incorrect, is sometimes we just need to bow down and admit we are wrong. And also,
these types of people can't admit they're wrong, though. I've seen it online before. They can't admit. It's impossible for them to admit they're wrong or say they're sorry.
So you did get the date, the 23rd, Jack Coeur was supposed to be arrested, and then you kind of back.
Maybe if she finally gets cornered enough, who knows, maybe she loses the lawsuit and stuff, maybe at that point, maybe she'll apologize. But I think she'll probably continue the conspiracy.
Off and move the goalpost is what we call it.
Move the goalpost.
Then, because I gave the date, the cops couldn't do it that day. Mm-hmm. That would have gave it away. Yes, please, dear, sit down. Go take a nap.
Oh, go take a nap. Tired of your ass. Get some sleep. Ugh. All right. And we did all that just off of one super chat. Southwest 4x4, the common stuff with Brian Laundrie is crazy. Yeah. After the headlines, thank you for the super chat. Today is Kaylee Maddie's celebration of life. Yeah, I took towards the end of the stream, I'm going to read part of that. There's somebody that was taking notes about the celebration of life. And we'll do this in a minute too, if you guys want to stay for one more podcast. Southwest 4x4, hypothetical trigger. He couldn't get hired in law enforcement with his drug use background, even with a PD. Their standard is very high. Yeah, I don't think there was any official. I don't know that he's ever been arrested for drugs, but I know they do. Do they lie detect you and ask you about drug use? I don't know. Mercedes, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Simple Life Days, thank you for the membership. Valerie Miller, thank you for the super chat. Look into his connection with Inan Harsh. Oh, shit. Oh, Lord. No, don't say that. Diamond Blue Eye 76. Thank you for the super chat. Says, try Ashley is in the book of life. I did. Ashley's gone for now. Ashley is gone for now.
Okay.
Ashley's in the. Oh, you said. Let me see. Ashley. Okay. Oh, maybe did I type Ashley is God. All right, I'll try to find that after. Let me do that after. Ashley is in the book of life. Maybe I did have the wrong one up though. Let's see. Oh no, you're right. I think I had the wrong one. I thought Ashley was hiding. Okay. The cards don't lie. Let me get the rest of the super chats and we'll listen to whatever new rambling she has going on. That said, oh my God, you're alive. Just popping in to say hi, and I miss you all so much. I can't stay, but love you all. And iCkEdMeL, congratulations on another News Nation. I'm so proud of you. Thank you, that said. I hope you're doing well. Happy New Year's. Say hi to the family. Mo, thank you for the super chat. Says research Discord. Okay, thank you. Mayglove, thank you for the super chat. Says sent you an email about TikTok. People think Bryan made. Oh, Lord, there we go. Center 1977, thank you so much for the super chat. Says medium. Nah, prefer my true crime done well. All right, let's see. What's Ashley been up to? Ashley. Oh, she on the series now.
I've been from posting and commenting for a few days, which is why I haven't posted any videos on this page. But someone commented and asked
Did we see this already?
how I felt.
We saw that. I don't want to replay. It's like, it's dreadful to have to go through her videos sometimes. Where do we leave off at? Oh, we did this. We did that. Let's start over here.
But y'all know what? It's light at the end of the tunnel because this is showing a pattern of behavior. So Rebecca Schofield and her team wanted to serve me. They wanted to do something to harm me, to silence me, right? So they contact my ex, so offers him money so that he can do something to betray me for money. Like I said, this lady uses her resources. Are y'all not seeing the pattern? When she wanted something bad, when she wanted to silence Kaylee, she wanted something bad to happen to her, she contacted her ex and offered him money so that he could sacrifice her for his financial gain and for his gain of his career. Are we not seeing a pattern of behavior here? It's like obvious at this point. She wanted to silence me. She contacts my ex for money so that he can betray me. She wanted to silence Kaylee. She contacts her ex so he can betray her. But y'all know what? It's light at the end of the tunnel because this is showing a pattern of behavior. So Rebecca Schofield and her team wanted to...
Oh, that's it? Didn't she have more videos? She must have like taken some videos down because I thought I saw there was more videos. All right, we'll move on from that because I don't really want to really watch that anyway. The other thing, let's do this one. This is the friend, I guess. Bryan's friend. And Nerd Report, thank you for the super chat. It says iCkEdMeL, I posted her videos on Nerd Report. Riding Hood 721, thank you for the 10-month membership. Happy New Year. Love you, Mel. Love you too. Thank you. Happy New Year. Please stay safe out there. Kara, thank you for the super chat. Says if he was getting a PhD in criminology, I guarantee you he's not planning on going to planning on going to law enforcement. All right, let's check it out.
I removed all the videos out of respect for my friends. They didn't want them up. It was my fault. I did not block out any faces. I was giving real names, and I was not going to allow my friends to be defamated. I don't know the word, but I removed the videos because of their request to have them put down. I will make a repost without their faces in them. But I did remove the videos because, again, I was thinking irrationally, and I desperately do not want to ruin the lives of my friends because I decided to, in my shock, post a video about him. But again, I will repost it, just without the faces of everyone else. Okay, I'm just gonna jump right into it. I had to write myself a flashcard with 1,000,001 questions. Number one, why did I take the video down? Again, out of respect for my friends. I was in shock. I posted the video without thinking. I didn't blur out faces. I didn't blur out names. I just wanted to get how I knew him out there. But yeah, I took it down. I know the internet is forever. I know it's now circulating and it's everywhere. And I just respectfully asked if you see it, just to get them to take it down or at least blur their names and their faces. Yeah, because I talked to my friends and they don't want anything up. I'm not going to be reposting, even with blurred faces. It's out there. If you've seen it, you've seen it. Number two, why did I post without asking them? Again, I was in shock. I didn't.
Oh, they're coming for it?
It was the last thing on my mind. I was friends with him. And that's that. Number three, what does his character from 5 to 10 years ago have to do with him now? It could mean nothing. But again, someone's character 5 to 10 years ago, I mean, it could help in some type.
Why does nobody ever speak up? Why does nobody come forward? And then when they come forward, you're just grilling them.
Type of way. If not, who knows? Like I said, he was on heroin in high school. He seemed to have gotten clean. That's who I knew him as. There are people who know him now that will have better answers than I do. That's just how it is. Number 4, did I report to the tip line? Yes. The constant comments saying that I shouldn't have posted a TikTok and should have just went to the tip line. I did.
The friends were smart. The friends were like, hey, please take me down. Take us, remove us, because these internet people, they're going to hunt us down. The same people that are always saying, oh, why does nobody come forward? Why does nobody speak? Are the same people that go targeting and going all nutty and crazy. And so the friends, it was a smart choice. The video is out there. I have the video. I'm not going to play it because, if they don't want their stuff up there like that. But for the friends who know what's going on, yeah, please take us down. And it's okay. Mistakes happen. In case you don't, I see this comment right here. Don't beat yourself up. But, a lot of what's going on now on the internet with these people, the nuts of the internet, they're just like, no, thank you.
I called, my mom called, my brother called. They gave their statements. I gave them a novel of an email, including a Google Drive full of screenshots, photos I had, everything. I reported to the tip line. Please stop telling me that I have to do it and that I shouldn't be posting a TikTok and just sending it to them. I did. It went to the tip line. Number 5, I talked to reporters. I am bombarded with reporters. The TikTok blew up. I just wanted to get out to the people that I feel like would want the information that I knew on him, but it blew up and I can't stop that now. I talked to a couple of reporters already. I will be talking to more. They want to know who he was and how I knew him, and that's fine. I will do that. I'm going to make another video because, again, I don't have 6-minute, 10-minute videos. I only have 3. So I'll post another part.
Okay, so let's see what else she had to say.
All right, jumping back in. I don't know what number I'm on, but the video of the caller on the podcast, I believe that's him. It sounds exactly like him, in my opinion. I sent it to my brother.
So there's a podcast that they're talking about that people are saying that they think the killer called in. And so she's saying she thinks that's him. It sounds like his voice.
Brother, he said that Bryan usually spoke with more clarity and certainty. So he can't be 100% sure if he believes that's him, but I think it sounds exactly like him. And then regarding of the video of the relative who posted with the reflection of them in their laptop, Josco, I think was the name. I don't think that sounds like him.
So and what she's talking about, so there was a YouTuber that came out that posted a video and they said, they got this from somewhere. I don't know where they got it from. And it was supposedly like this family member giving all these details, these intimate details, which actually really wasn't that intimate. Most of it was just public information. And they posted it, and the video to me was pretty sus, and so she's saying that person, it doesn't sound like the person that it was supposed to be. I think that's what she's referring to.
I don't think, I must have watched that video 100 times over, and I cannot seem to focus on anything in the reflection that will give it away. I don't think it sounds like him either. But again, my brain is mush right now, so it could be, it couldn't be, but I really, honest to God, don't think it sounds like him. I can't believe I have to mention this, but my pupils, I had some trolls in the comments seeming to...
See, the thing is, man, I learned this with the internet. You know what I'm saying? Like, I do respond to some things, but listen, if you're, and I feel bad for her too, I guess, because they're coming for her. She's not probably used to this, right? But if you sit there explaining yourself all day long to especially some of the crazy people, you will be forever explaining yourself, and it'll never, for the people that are not decent, that don't have common sense, or especially conspiracy, it'll never be good enough for these people. Never.
Who want to blend in the fact that he was a heroin user and my pupils together for some ungodly reason. That's just how they are. I don't know what to tell you. It has nothing to do with being on.
It's a conspiracy. She's high. Her pupils are big, right? They are kind of big.
Drugs. I take 2 meds for anxiety, Paxil and some new shit that I just was on the other day. It's like a fucking antihistamine. Okay, it has nothing to do with drugs, guys. It's my pupils. They're big. I literally had a bully in high school who would talk to me about how fucking huge my pupils are all the time. It's just the way they are. In the light, they get smaller. Oh look, they just got bigger. That's just how my pupils are dilated. Please stop talking about it. That's absolutely ridiculous. I've been called an attention seeker. How I posted a TikTok instead of going to the authorities, which, again, I went to the authorities, okay? I posted a TikTok out of shock. I posted a TikTok because I was a friend of his. I posted a TikTok because I wanted to get my story out. It has nothing to do with attention seeking. I have heavy social anxiety. The last thing I wanted was to get bombarded by a billion people, okay? No, I'm not a fucking attention seeker. I hate it. I hate the attention. As a matter of fact, I'd rather just curl up in a ball right now and cry until the end of time. So thank you for that, trolls. And to add some humor into this, is my last name actually Farts? Those comments actually made me laugh, so thank you. I needed that. No, my last name is not Farts. I'm just an immature child. That's just my...
How dare you laugh?
User. It has nothing to do with my last name actually being Farts. Thank you for the laugh, though. If you have any other questions, I'll try to reply and respond to comments. And again, I'm not going to repost the video with the photos. I was in shock. I shouldn't have done it. But I'll try to answer any questions I have. Again, I knew him. The last time I saw him was in 2017. It has nothing to do with me wanting attention. I just wanted to get my story out there. All right, jumping back. I've also had people asking me if I knew his motive. I have no idea. The only person who truly knows that is Bryan himself. And if the cops want to release the information, they have. But until then, we won't know. 4 kids were brutally murdered by this psycho. And my heart truly goes out to the friends and the families of these victims. No one needs to go through something like this. It's disgusting. It's disturbing. I'm still shaking. I'm sick to my fucking stomach over it. But again, his motive, no fucking idea. And I'll never know. I don't really want to know, honestly. It's disgusting to think about someone that you used to hang out with all the time could do something like this. What I do know is that Bryan did have anger issues. He did kickboxing. Whether it was to manage those issues, I don't know. But that's all I can really say on the matter. What was his character like? Again, he had anger issues. I never really saw them face to face. My brother and my friend actually saw them more than I did. My brother, however, has come out and said that Bryan had bullied him. I had no idea. And that kind of came as a shock to me. He has told reporters that too. My brother also said that he's not surprised that he would do something like this. So he obviously did have a deeper relationship with him than I did. Again, I knew him because he was friends with my brother and my friend, and that's how I became friends with him. That's really all I can give you. Honestly, this is what disturbs me out of all of this. Oh, that's a lie. I'm more disturbed that he killed people, but what disturbs me is that when it comes out with who the person was, people will go out of their way to make fake accounts of him, of a murderer, of a killer. That's so crazy to me. As far as I knew, I don't believe he had social media. I believe he deleted it, but again, I don't know. The messages I have with him were from Facebook, but again, he deleted his Facebook a while ago. I was only able to pull those messages from Facebook because I was able to filter his name. And thankfully, they were still in my history. But again, I don't think any of those Instagram accounts, any social media accounts are real, other than the ones I found from like.
There's people still going on with that Instagram stuff. This is from 5 hours ago. The people that are so bewildered and mystified, looking at all the fake accounts, and they're spending their day, hours, like investigating and looking into this account. I don't know if it really had one or not, but like all that stuff looks fake, and a lot of it's obvious. I'm not that interested in spending my entire day looking through all these fake accounts, dude. Like it's just
from
crazy.
Like an old SoundCloud, I think he had. There might have been an Instagram that was created where he had followed two of the girls, which is sickening when I think about it. But yeah, people just create these accounts, and I don't know, it makes me sick. It's like when the whole Gabby Petito, Brian Landry thing, they were creating fake Instagram accounts and going live with him. I don't know, it's sick. It has nothing to do with the situation, but no. Moral of the story, I'm rambling. I don't believe they're real accounts. Honestly.
And that was it, I think. Oh, she just posted another one.
Honestly, this is what just... I just wanted to say that in the time that I did know Brian, he was always nice to me too. I'm not using this as an excuse to condone his behavior. No, that's fucking disgusting. This shouldn't have happened. But he was nice to me. He would message me. He would start the conversations. He would compliment me. He would want to invite me to hang out with him. We did a hike at there's like this pipeline next to my parents' house, and it goes up a decent sized mountain, I guess. I remember hiking that with him, my brother, and another friend, and I was freaking out because my anxiety was peaked. I hate heights, and it was just a terrifying experience, but he pushed me to complete it. He, again, was nice to me. However, I can't speak from other people's experiences. It's coming out on Facebook. A lot of the kids that
I was kind of laughing because somebody texted me asking me about like, hey, can you explain to me how this initials mean anything? And I was like, I don't think it means anything at all. That's why I kind of smirked and kind of with the whole, this guy's initials, you know. So.
I was in school with are saying that, you know, Brian was bullied as a kid, which I can believe because he was an overweight kid. But then he lost all the weight. And some people are saying that he accepted apologies from other people. Other people are saying that he then bullied them back. I don't know. There's a lot of speculation. But coming from me directly, he was, again, nice to me. At the end of the day, I just want to get the story out, just like other people do. There's going to be a lot of claims. There's going to be a lot of speculation. There's going to be a lot of different statements that are being said. But as far as I know, more people that I knew were friends with him or just knew him in general are coming to speak out. This has nothing to do with any 15 minutes of fame. This is a big case. He did not steal candy from a store. He murdered 4 fucking people. That is insanity. But we want to provide clarity on the case, whether it be private or public. In this instance, it is public. My name's out there. The video's out there. We want to just let everyone know. Like, it's... People are asking why I'm personally inserting myself.
All right. Do you guys... So did you want to listen to the other episode? We can start to listen and see how it is. If it's like repetitive old stuff, we'll just skip it. You guys want to... Maybe should I do a poll? There was an episode from yesterday that came out that I missed. I don't know if it's just going to be like redundant or I don't know if they're going to have any kind of panel. Let me do a little... Start poll. Another episode. And there's other stuff too. While I do this poll, I'm gonna play a different clip. While we wait, it's up to you guys. Ashley is God.
Left, and we watched. Tape was taken down. Law enforcement has now left, and we watched multiple bags and boxes being loaded and taken away as evidence. We also saw a computer loaded. So we don't know, if they're looking for that digital evidence against Bryan Kohberger. But this is his apartment. It's on the second floor. He lives in 201, and we believe this is a 2-bedroom apartment. We noticed that they have not taped the door. I don't know if this is signs of them
Let's touch it. Let's open it. Let's see if it is it unlocked.
having
Open it.
tried to take fingerprints off this door, but they were inside this apartment for over 12 hours today, processing evidence inside the apartment. Across the way here, we talked to this neighbor earlier, and he said that, he ran into Bryan Kohberger here and there, and he described him as friendly and very talkative. We talked to another neighbor who just said this is just creepy because he had run into him in the laundry room, and Kohberger had talked about being a PhD student in criminology.
Okay,
to have this
behind
happen,
you. I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm so
out.
curious about what's behind you. That door behind you. Do you see? It's hard for us with the camera angle to see if there's any markings, if they've had to force their entry. Do you see any sort of crowbar markings? Did they have to break open that door? Is the lock damaged at all? Does it look as though it was maybe unlocked when they got there?
They must have gotten a key because Washington State University police also involved in this investigation. These are university apartments. This is earmarked for PhD and graduate students. So we assume that Washington State would have the keys to this apartment.
All right, so let's get to Nancy. I'm surprised. Sometimes people, I hate Nancy. I can't stand it. 81%, okay. Let's do it. Let's listen to what's going on with this.
I'm Cheryl McCollum, host of the brand new Cold Case podcast.
And Sirius XM 111. How did it go down? Take a listen to our friends at Fox News.
Bryan Kohberger is being held right now, just about 12 hours after his arrest early this morning. This mystery, of course, finally getting the break that we have all been waiting for as federal, state, and local law enforcement descended upon this area, taking him into custody 2,500 miles away from the crime scene in Idaho.
2,500 miles away. Joining me on All-Star panel, but first to Stephanie Pagonis, crime reporter with Fox News Digital. Stephanie, what happened? 3 a.m.
That's correct, Nancy. Just around 3 a.m. In fact, it might have been even a little earlier. A man named Bryan Christopher Kohberger was taken into custody in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. That is nearly 3,000 miles away. In fact, much more than 2,500 miles away from the crime scene here in Moscow, Idaho. Now, he remains in Pennsylvania as we speak. He is being held without bond until he can appear in court on Tuesday afternoon when he will make his extradition hearing appearance. Now, once he is in court for his extradition hearing, he will have the chance either to waive his extradition or not to waive his extradition. If he chooses to fight his extradition, this could be a little bit of a battle between prosecutors here to push for his return to Moscow.
Okay, hold on. You know what? Everybody thinks that extradition is so hard. They take about 15 minutes for a full-on extradition hearing. Let me go out to Dale Carson, high-profile lawyer joining me out of Jacksonville and former FBI agent, author of Arrest Proof Yourself. He's at DaleCarsonLaw.com. Dale, can we just take off your defense hat for a moment? Extradition hearing. It's not, are you guilty? Are you innocent? Have we broken any laws? Was there an illegal confession? OHELL, no. All it is I confirm that you are, in fact, Dale Carson.
That's exactly
and if you
right.
won't admit you're Dale Carson, I'll just do a fingerprint comparison right there in the courtroom.
That's right. In the federal system, it's called an identity hearing. And you either are the person named in the warrant or you're not. So there's a federal warrant, a UFAP warrant, an unlawful flight to avoid prosecution warrant issued by the federal government. And the SOG team has been following him for maybe 2 weeks. the Special Operations Group out of the Bureau tracking and watching him. It's going to be fascinating to find out what they overheard during his conversations, if it was electronically monitored as well.
Okay, now wait a minute. Dale Carson, do you have reason to believe he was electronically monitored?
So Special Operations Groups do that. And if he's got a federal warrant out for him, it's likely that they have the necessary search warrant to do those kinds of things.
So let me go back to Stephanie Pagonis joining us from Fox News Digital before I go to the rest of the panel. Amazing. Stephanie, I heard Dale Carson say that he had been surveilled for about...
I'm Cheryl McCollum,
former FBI agent, author of Arrest Proof Yourself. He's at DaleCarsonLaw.com. Dale, can we just take off your defense hat for a moment? Extradition hearing. It's not, are you guilty? Are you innocent?
No. And for the people saying that, like, he's not the extradition, this is from yesterday. Oops, I muted myself. We watched today's episode. We're watching yesterday, so you have to keep in mind some things may be outdated. And I'm going to pull up new information as it comes out as well. We'll be interjecting bit by bit. Oh, yeah, and this we kind of know. This, yeah, we did cover this. Authorities began tracking Kohberger as he drove across the country around Christmas. Oh, okay. And continued surveilling him for several days before finally arresting him. So they've been tracking him. And I'm just warming up some food real quick, but I'll be here. I'm going to come back and listen. Nazi.
Have we broken any laws? No. Was there an illegal confession? OHELL, no. All it is I confirm that you are, in fact, Dale Carson.
That's exactly
and if you
right.
won't admit you're Dale Carson, I'll just do a fingerprint comparison right there in the courtroom.
That's right. In the federal system, it's called an identity hearing. And you either are the person named in the warrant or you're not. So there's a federal warrant, a UFAP warrant, an unlawful flight to avoid prosecution warrant, issued by the federal government. And the SOG team has been following him for maybe 2 weeks. The Special Operations Group out of the Bureau tracking and watching him. It's going to be fascinating to find out what they overheard during his conversations, if it was electronically monitored as well.
Okay, now wait a minute. Dale Carson, do you have reason to believe he was electronically monitored?
SOG, Special Operations Groups do that. And if he's got a federal warrant out for him, it's likely that they have the necessary search warrant to do those kinds of things.
So let me go back to Stephanie Pagonis joining us from Fox News Digital before I go to the rest of the panel. Stephanie, I heard Dale Carson say that he had been surveilled for about 2 weeks. I know that he had been surveilled for 4 days because he jumped up and left where he was in Pullman. That's near Washington State University. I guess he had, a house or an apartment there, and then he heads home to mommy's place. So how long has it been since he left Washington State?
You know, it's hard to pinpoint exactly from law enforcement when he drove or however he got home to Pennsylvania, but I can say that just this morning, law enforcement, including Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson, were at his apartment in Pullman, Washington. This is only a 21-minute drive, 11 miles from the crime scene, and it is on WSU Pullman campus. He was a graduate student at WSU Pullman. I was just there this morning where law enforcement were conducting or executing a search warrant at that apartment. It was a much lower key scene than what we have seen at 1122 King Road, the scene of the crimes, but we could see law enforcement going in with protective gear, and neighbors, I can tell you, were shocked. No one expected this from what we could tell, and frankly, many people didn't even recognize Mr. Kohberger. One person said he had saw him going back and forth from the mailbox to his apartment, but otherwise I'm hearing this is a relatively quiet neighborhood that was definitely shocked that this was happening.
Let me guess, he's a loner. Kept to himself, only spotted going back and forth to mailbox. This is what I know so far. I know that he's about 6 feet tall. He's a white male. I've heard he's got blue eyes and brown hair. I'm looking right at him, but I can't make out his eye color. They appear to be blue. I know that he was a, quote, obsessive vegan. He is a libertarian, and he got his master's degree, from what I understand, at DeSales in Pennsylvania and was getting his PhD at WSU, Washington State University, about 12 miles away from the murder house. I also know that he was working on a research project in which he sent out questionnaires to criminals, violent criminals, to better understand their emotions, their thinking, and their decision making as they were committing a crime. Now, you know what? I'm not a shrink, but I can tell you this right now. A guy all wrapped up in studying the thinking and the emotions of violent criminals got way too wrapped up in it. In his pictures, he looks very pale.
He looks like Bundy.
Okay, yeah, as a matter of fact, he does. Joining me right now, Cheryl McCollum, director of the Cold Case Research Institute. You can find her at coldcasecrimes.org. Okay, Cheryl, jump in. Isn't it just what we said? Look under mommy's bed. That's where the killer will be hiding out.
Absolutely. They always run to mama. What they're going to be doing right now on this guy is they're going to be looking at his online activity to see whether or not he bought that knife online, whether there's any connection with any type of writing on his academic papers. He is not going to be able to hide this fascination that he has. He's not going to be able to do it. And furthermore, I believe in that apartment, they're going to find a lot of things written down that are going to be able to connect some dots for them. There's no doubt in my mind.
Well, you know what? He seems to be very fastidious to the nth degree. The fact that he was described, what about it, Jackie? Described as obsessively vegan.
Yes.
And he's only seen by the neighbors going to and from the mailbox. There's no mention. Has anybody heard about a girlfriend, an ex, a high school sweetheart, and anything?
Not so far.
Is it possible? He's an incel. Joining me, along with Dale Carson, Cheryl McCollum, Stephanie Pagonis, is Joe Scott Morgan, professor of forensics, Jacksonville State University, author of Blood Beneath My Feet, and host of Body Bags with Joe Scott Morgan on iHeart. Okay, Joe Scott, we understand. Wait a minute. Wait. Hold on, Joe Scott. Stephanie Pagonis, the white Hyundai Elantra, was outside his home. Was it outside mommy's home, or was it outside his place in Pullman? And I guess his place in Pullman was a house. He lived in a house?
He lived in the second floor apartment of an apartment building on WSU campus. And yes, we are hearing from multiple reports that the Hyundai Elantra was taken from the home in Pennsylvania, not Pullman.
Mommy's home. Hold on. I'm making a flow chart, Stephanie.
Mommy. Gotta go back to mama. Mama's a love. Man, I wonder how the parents are feeling. Like this guy, like, are they shocked, or they were like, guy's a little sus.
It's mommy's home. Who lives there? Does the mom and the dad live there?
It's unclear whether mom and dad, but I do believe there is a sibling who is also listed as living there or in the same state.
Now, question. If there's not a mother or father there, whose home is that?
I know. I've seen, at least, I should say, records show that a mother lives there. I just am not positive about a second parental figure.
Okay, Jackie is waving at me wildly in the background, trying to tell me, are you saying it's the parents' home, Jack? She's saying she's found it's the parents' home. I'd be curious to find out if the mom and dad were there. I mean, what about it? Nobody thought it was odd that he came home and never went back. I also understand, Stephanie, did he just graduate with his PhD in December?
You know, I can't say for certain. Unfortunately, I don't have that answer, but I know that he has lived in the Pullman apartment for quite some time now, at least several months from what I'm told.
Now, I understood that he got his master's from DeSales University in Lehigh, Pennsylvania in criminal justice, and was trying to get his doctorate degree. So if he got that
in June,
I've got May of 2022, there's no way he could be through with his doctorate degree that quickly. So he's working on his doctorate degree. Okay, Joe Scott Morgan, so the car is parked in front of mommy's house. You know, Joe Scott, you'd think a criminal justice major or criminology major would know to get rid of the car, huh?
Yeah, you would think so. What's curious about this is that does this go to his arrogance, or does it go to his carelessness? You know, he's had quite a bit of time with this vehicle since this slaughter took place. He's traveled across the country in it, Nancy, apparently. But yet there it sits, doesn't it? And so you're going to have connection. Nancy, that car is a rolling crime scene. And the fact,
I like that, rolling crime scene. Okay, I'm stealing that. You didn't say that, I did. Rolling crime scene. Keep going.
It's all yours. And I think that is going to be a key, and not just the physical evidence that can be found in there, Nancy. What's fascinating is this long journey that was taken across the country. You
know what it's reminding me of? It's reminding me of.
Brandier in the chat says, iCkEdMeL, Monroe County Chief Public Defender said BCK, which is Bryan, his father went to Washington to drive back to Pennsylvania with him. Oh. They arrived in Pennsylvania December 17 in the Elantra, 10 days after LE went public about the car. Yeah, I don't know. These people never thought. I mean, I guess because it's their own kid, maybe it's not going to click.
Gabby Petito's fiance, Brian Laundrie, who leaves her body out in dispersed camping in Wyoming and then heads all the way across the country back to Florida in the car, in the van in which she likely murdered Gabby Petito. Go ahead, Joe Scott.
You know, every CCTV that he passed, every gas station that he went to, every burger joint that he stopped at, well, not burger joints because I'm vegan, wherever he went to dine, all right, to fuel himself, there's going to be an electronic signature. Either it's going to be documented vis-a-vis his phone if he's got this thing with him, it'll be pinging along the way. Hold
on, I'm getting another banner from Jackie, and I can cut your guys' mic, but I can't cut Jackie Howard. She's sitting right there. She's holding up a sign that says, fellow student tells the New York Times suspect had few friends at school. Okay, am I smelling an incel? Is that what I'm smelling? I'm not sure, but I'm getting a whiff of something. Few friends.
According to the New York Times, this fellow student says he appeared he wanted to socialize, but had made offensive remarks in the past that had left him somewhat isolated.
Offensive remarks in the past that left him isolated. Oh, what were the offensive remarks?
I'm reading.
Jackie, don't give me half of the puzzle and make me go crazy, for Pete's sake. Okay, back to you, Joe Scott. What were you saying?
His image is going to be captured, the car's image, the tag readers, all of that stuff. And this is documented all the way across the country, Nancy. We're talking over 2,000 miles. This would be, they made a big deal, and I understand why they did it. They were saying, remember they said they had the 24-mile loop that the cops had gone to around Moscow where they had collected the CC. Listen, in this case, we're talking about over 2,000 miles that they're going to be collecting this videography of this trip along the way. So, yeah, there's a lot to be gleaned from this car and his movements in it.
Well, Joe Scott, they're going to be looking for the blood residue in the car from the clothing he wore when he got back in the car after the slaughter.
Is this Dale Carson?
It is.
Yeah, you know what, Dale Carson? Exactly. When Joe Scott Morgan said a rolling crime scene, not just the car, but everything in that Pullman apartment. Now, Stephanie Pagonis, when I say Pullman, is it the city of Pullman? Is it the Pullman campus? What do they mean by Pullman?
So this is located within the city of Pullman, but it is on Washington State University Pullman campus. This is campus housing, which is typically inhabited by graduate students, many of whom have kids or families, or those who work with the university.
So people
Nancy,
were right down the hall from this guy.
While I was on the phone with you, I actually just heard from Washington State University. I want to correct myself. You were correct. He had graduated just in June 2022 from DeSales, but he actually had completed his first semester as a PhD student with Washington State University's criminal justice program. That was just earlier this month that he completed his first semester.
Wait, was I actually right on something? I'm so happy.
Yes.
Keep that clip. So he completed his first semester of his PhD. Guys, also with me, Chris McDonough. director of the Cold Case Foundation, former homicide detective, and I found him on the Interview Room podcast. Chris McDonough, what do you make of all this?
Well, Nancy, just listening, I mean, all the ideas that we've been talking about the last, weeks or two on this guy, it's obvious he's an ego-driven type of killer, right? And he thought about doing this.
So there's somebody in the chat named April, and she's like, "You only cover white cases." And so if you go down my YouTube page, that's not true. I've covered a bunch of different cases. I've covered cases where nobody else was covering it. But what I notice about those people that say that, right, when I cover these other stories, I can't cover every single case. When I cover these other stories, those same people like April, they're never there to support me in those videos when I'm covering other colors or races or whatever makes you feel better, whatever you want to call it. Those people that are always complaining about that, you only cover white cases. So why are you here? Because you're contributing to that, right? Why don't you go support the case that you actually want to cover? Because like when I see that, it's one of the most annoying things because those same people are never there when I'm doing those live streams. Those same people are never there when I upload the video to actually help out and share those videos. They only come to these videos and like complain about it. So you should go and support, if you really feel like that, go and support those stories or those channels. Right now, this is what I'm covering. But we covered, I don't even like, it doesn't matter to me. Like, I'm not focusing on like, it has to be a black person, it has to be a brown person, it has to be a yellow person, blah, blah, blah. I just do what I can. And honestly, covering the big stories helps me when I cover those stories, because we have a bigger audience. We have to grow, and then when we cover those stories, it helps out those stories as well. So but yeah, like you can't like try to tell me what I need to cover or what I should do, and at the same time never support those very same stories that you're talking about. You're just here. Go over there then, all right, let me get the super chats. Okay. Glove, I'm gonna check the email that you sent. Sinner says medium, not prefer my true crime double. I got that already. Red Riding Hood 721. Happy New Year, love email. Happy New Year to you too, Kara. If he was getting a PhD in criminology, I guarantee he's not planning on going into law enforcement. Denise says you can. Oh, I got that. You can look at Ashley's comment section to see the date of her last video. Amy says Mel is amazing. Let's get him to 200K. Yeah, we're almost to 200K. I would appreciate that. I've gotten those comments before, and it makes me, it's laughable because that's what I'm known for, like covering a diverse, like whatever. And so they come here, they've obviously never looked at the stories that I've covered. So we're at 169,635. So we're almost there, less than 400 away, which is nice. We'll see if we can get there. Hopefully, I think we can do it. I think we can do it by tonight. Shelly, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, do you think it's possible they got DNA just by him breathing on the doors? Shit, I don't know. You could do that, especially. I don't know. That I think it's likely there's something in. Well, they said familial genealogy, but what exactly did it leave behind? They didn't specify what kind of evidence. Was it blood? Was it, I don't know, spit, a hair follicle? It could be anything. Sweat, I don't know. Just maybe coming in contact with the victims. SW4x4 Explorers, thanks so much for the super chat. A lady went missing December 1st in PA. Oh, shoot. Send me an email on that. Calvin, thank you for the super chat. Jamie, if Warren Jeffs and Adam had a baby. Oh, Lord. Tracy, Xana's sister attended the same university as him. Yeah, I heard about that. I never personally looked into it myself. I had heard about that. I don't know. Bad Girl says, yes, this is about race, the human race. Happy New Year's. Happy New Year's. Yeah, I mean, they can try with that stuff. You're just barking up the wrong tree.
A very cool-headed reflection idea, meaning he sat back, he processed, what direction he was going to go. He obviously sounds like he had the education behind it, at least to, think through some ideas. So I'm going to lean on a research that was done by Columbia University, Dr. Gary Bricotto, who he mentioned years ago. He has the largest database of mass murderers in the country. And if we look at this 4 victims as a mass murder event, this guy was on the road to becoming a serial killer, because all the indications are at this point, from what I can find out, is this guy had not killed before because he had a very difficult time establishing the needed relationships with other people.
And somebody sent me an email just now about Nancy. She said, "Hello, iCkEdMeL. I like your content normally and watch your coverage on the Petito case and watch all your coverage on Petito case, but I cannot stand Nancy Grace and will not watch anything with her in it. I'd love to support you more, but there it is. I won't give her any screen time. Thank you for at least putting her photo on your thumbnails so that I know, so I know right away which videos not to watch. It's also in the title. You could, but maybe the thumbnails stand out more. And listen, the Nancy Grace thing, I mean, if people feel like that, that's fine. You know, what can I do, right? The Nancy Grace video that I did recently with the basement thing, bruh, that video's 1.4 million views or something like that, just on Facebook. And then on YouTube, that's almost getting close to my most watched video so far. It's growing. Let's see, most views. Sort by most viewed. It's not quite there yet, but it's almost going to take the place. Almost. The basement story, it's at 573,000. 17,000 likes. I don't know if that's the most likes I've ever gotten. 17,000 likes off of doing a Nancy Grace story 3 weeks ago. It's creeping up on the Johnny Depp. I think it might take the #1 place. I don't know. We'll have to see. Give it some time. But I understand people don't like it. That's fine.
So that loner point you just made a minute ago is right on target with this guy, especially if he's living with his mom.
I'm Cheryl McCollum, host of the brand new Cold Case podcast, Zone 7. We're going to be talking to family members
with Nancy Grace.
The mugshot you've been seeing, 28-year-old Bryan Kohberger was taken into custody 3 a.m. southeast of Scranton, Pennsylvania, at a private residence on a fugitive from justice warrant. Now, there are reports that law enforcement also recovered a white vehicle. You'll remember a white Hyundai Elantra was the subject of a nationwide search after one that was spotted near the scene of the crime in Moscow, Idaho, in the early morning hours of November 13th, where 4 University of Idaho students were found murdered inside their off-campus rental home. Now, Kohberger was arraigned early this morning and sent here to the Monroe County Correctional Facility pending extradition after...
Okay, what's he charged with? Stephanie Pagonis, tell us.
He is charged with 4 counts of felony murder, 1 count each for each of the 4 victims, of course. Then he's also charged with committing burglary, and that is, of course, for breaking into the home on November 13th, allegedly, of course.
Now, question, you said he's charged with felony murder. Is he charged with first-degree murder or felony murder? How did they phrase it, Stephanie?
I'm sorry, I misspoke there. It is first-degree murder. First-degree murder and felony burglary. Thank you for calling me on that, Nancy.
No, actually, Stephanie, I'm glad you did that, because when this case goes to trial, I predict, and these are just the initial charges. I think when a grand jury hears the evidence, that they're going to add felony murder to that charge. I think they're going to charge him in the alternative. Of course, Dale Carson, when you've got a murder 1 charge, which is premeditated, and that can be, the premeditation can be formed in a twinkling of a moment, the moment it takes you to raise the gun and pull the trigger, or blink your eye. Premeditation doesn't have a time on it. So the fact that he broke into the home, and it says, of course, burglary is it says entering a home with the intent to commit a felony, a crime inside. That's burglary. And this actually states that he entered the home with the intent to commit murder, which means he didn't try to sex assault anybody. He did not try to take anything. He went in the home with the intent to commit a murder. I think, of course, at trial, Dale Carson, they could put it to the jury a felony murder as well, but they may go ahead and charge felony murder with the underlying felony being burglary. What about that, Dale Carson? Then you don't have to even prove intent.
They could certainly do that. You know, when he's charged with the murder, clearly it was organized, clearly it was planned. They're not going to have any problem with that. My biggest curiosity is, did he confess? He's been interviewed by FBI.
Oh, speaking of that, I'm glad you said that. Chris McDonough, we were told that upon his arrest, he said, has anybody else been charged? Has anybody else been arrested? That tells me it's a sort of an admission of sorts, but is it possible there's another perp, Chris?
Well, you know, that's an interesting comment, right, Nancy? I mean, is she saying that for, again, that ego-driven side of things, you know, like Dennis Rader, right, BTK back in the day, where he would say, you know, every job. So that may be an insult to his ego by making that comment. If they would have responded, yeah, there are other people that we're looking at. So it's going to be interesting to see how it unfolds.
Now listen to this. I want everybody to weigh in on this. Remember, we're not having high tea at Windsor Castle. What we understand is cops still searching for Idaho suspect's weapon. He's charged with 4 counts of murder. They traced his white Hyundai to his parents' Pennsylvania address, and they cross-matched DNA found at the crime scene. Okay, Cheryl McCollum, jump in.
Well, that's outstanding. So what that means is you've got DNA in one spot and DNA in another spot, and it matches, and you're saying, okay, so this person went from A to B to C areas in that home, and that cannot be overstated. You know, that's 100%. There's not going to be another way that happened except that killer. So here's the...
No.
Okay, slow it down. Slow it down.
Because if he's been in that apartment partying before, his DNA could be there.
Oh, please stop. He only goes to the mailbox and back. He has not been in the house partying. Just stop right there. This ain't a party guy. I mean, look at him. Look at his mugshot.
I've seen some pictures where he was out at a bar. Somebody had posted it on Facebook. I'll see if I can find it. Somebody had just shared. A couple people have been coming out. I guess people that had known him or knew him from the past at some point, and they were sharing images or stories. I'll see if I can find that post because he was at a bar. Let me see it. Post. Oh, there's a couple other video clips we can watch as well. I'll try to find it while we play this.
He looks.
The question is to him: have you ever been in that property?
I could just see these eyes, Cheryl McCollum, staring in the window at me, changing clothes. Cheryl, are you there? Jump in.
And here's the thing, Nancy. They're obviously going to try to establish, and they probably asked him the second question, have you ever been in this house? He probably either said no, or he had whatever reason he had to be in the house before. Then where in the house did you go? Chances are he had no reason to go to the 3rd floor. He had no reason to touch a bedspread. He had no reason to touch a windowsill. He had no reason to touch the sliding glass door and the front door. He's going to have a hard time explaining that. And I'll tell you something else going to be in that car. Think O.J. Simpson.
I can't hear you. What's going to be in the car?
Think about O.J. Simpson, that one drop of blood on the outside of the Bronco that had more than one victim's blood swirled in it. That's going to be key. There's no way he clipped that car well enough. Not possible.
Yeah, if there's a transfer, that's 100%. I agree with that 1,000%. If they have the victim's blood anywhere in that guy's car, he's toast. He's toast.
Yeah, and the reality is, of course, Joe Scott Morgan, that there's no way, unless he bathed his car in black swan muriatic acid, there's no way he's going to get rid of DNA. Plus, he can't see all the DNA. But this guy is a criminologist. He's got his master's degree, for Pete's sake.
Nancy, let me jump in here, please, about that and just put people's mind at ease. I can memorize the rules of cricket, but I couldn't officiate a game. He can study things all he wants to, but when he tries to put something in action, that's a different ball game. You've got somebody
so right, Cheryl.
stabbing, and you're one person might wake up, one person might fight you. He's never experienced that type of incident.
Maybe that's why he was trying to collect research data on previous criminals. Yeah, there's just a lot of variables. Even though, you can do a lot of planning, but you just don't know what's going to happen. I still wonder why he didn't go downstairs. I mean, thankfully for those roommates that survived, but yeah, why didn't he go downstairs? Did he not know about it? Was he tired after committing those murders? Was he exhausted? Maybe because did somebody put a fight up and then so he just got worried and left and just ended off with the four of them? Framby, thank you for the super chat, says, loved your stream today and your legs. Yeah, that was funny from the story we were talking about earlier. Mara, thank you for the super chat, says, Happy New Year to you and your sweet girl. I adore you and everything you cover. I'm always here. Love, wishing you all a happy and successful New Year. Thank you so much. Happy New Year to you too. Nancy, car tires and wheel wells have DNA. The ground makeup in Idaho is very different from that in PA. Mama 4, how you doing? Thank you for the super chat. Always a great show, Mel. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. New Year's Eve. Kathy Newell, thank you so much for the super chat. Happy New Year's, man. Or New Year's Eve. I know it seems like there's some people upset, I guess, about today. They're not happy. Some people in the chat, some emails and stuff. It's the holidays, so for some people it's like really tough. And so some people are not having it today, I guess. Wendy, I got your PayPal. Thank you so much. Love your channel. Thank you, Wendy. Wendy. All right, let's keep going.
No way he can prepare for that from a textbook.
People upset today.
But we don't know that he hadn't killed others.
Guys, can I get back to my original question? Have I ever cut Dale Carson's mic in life? Because it's coming. It's coming. Chris McDonough, help me here. Anybody help me? Because what I understand is officers traced the white Hyundai to his mommy's address in Pennsylvania. Then they cross-match his DNA found at the scene. So his DNA is found at the scene. I wonder, Chris McDonough, how they isolated his DNA from all the other DNA they found at the party house, unless what Cheryl is saying is correct, that it was in places it shouldn't have been, like in one of the murder beds, in the second murder bed, maybe within the blood. What do you make of it, Chris?
Yeah, I think there's all of those possibilities, and that it could be in cast off of some sort if there was a struggle, which we know there were defensive wounds from the victim. So the possibility of the suspect cutting himself is high on the list. And so that cross mixture could be separated pretty easily. And then immediately they can do what they call an ANDI test, ANDI. And that is a rapid DNA test that immediately can identify this guy, not necessarily who he is, but his DNA makeup. And then when they come across like the car, or I had a case one time where the suspect put the knife back in his pocket, and we found blood inside of the pocket of the suspect's pants. So that blood, if it's the DNA that they're looking for, is pretty easy to get. Or they followed him and they picked up a cup. Remember that, Nancy, back in the day? You pick up a cup.
Oh, gosh.
You pick up a cigarette and bingo, you're in town. So, yeah,
I was wondering, do you think possibly, Joe Scott Morgan, that's why they were surveilling him, to catch him throw out a pizza box or toss away fast food so they could get DNA?
Yeah, for all the care that a wannabe criminologist might have, he got stupid. I think they've had a team sitting on this guy. They being the feds, more than likely, they've been watching him very closely. And he got stupid. He cast something off, and as you know, as an attorney, once you throw it in the trash, it's no longer yours. So they can go collect it. And it's source DNA. It comes directly from him. So back to what the other guests have mentioned. this unknown that would have been indwelling at the scene. And remember, they said they identified his DNA there. If he injured himself or if it was sourced from another fluid from his body that originated from him, then they can compare those two with this evidence, this DNA, this rich DNA that they're.
Why do you talk like that? Another DNA source that originated from him. Let's see, there's blood, there's saliva, and there's sperm. It's got to be one of those three, right?
Yes, yeah, that or sweat as well. And keep in mind, again, a lot has been made over the fact that this is a sharp force injury case. He would have had to have used this knife over and over and over again. By the time you get to the fourth person, you're going to be perspiring as well. So I think
remember,
that might
there
also
was
be
sweat DNA found in Stephen Avery's car. The guy who murdered Teresa Hallback, the amateur photographer. Well, actually a pro photographer. And it was found, I think, on the steering wheel of her car, which was hidden at the edge of his property. And if you don't know those names, you would know the name Making a Murderer by, was it HBO or Netflix? Yeah. Who seemingly tried to make Stephen Avery appear innocent. And sweat. So how do you think they isolated his DNA? Did you say, Joe Scott, are you going along with Cheryl McCollum's theory?
Did I miss the part? I see you guys saying, why do you talk like that? I kind of zoned out for a second. Who was she talking to? Was she talking to Chris? I don't know. I missed it for a second. I don't want to take it back. But
yeah, I am actually. I think she's right on the money with this. It would be a commingled, which just means that it's mixed together with everything else. This scene is going to be evidence rich relative to the victims. There's a lot of bloodshedding. You're going to have the commingling, and I've mentioned this a couple of times over the weeks, where you're going from body to body to body. So you're commingling DNA from victim A with B, with C, with D, and then you throw his into the mix. They can identify those very specifically, those 4 victims. And there's also touch DNA that's at the scene. Remember, they keep using this term party house, party house. There's a lot of...
Yeah, this is not Chris talking right now, so I don't know who... Nancy.
DNA there from other people. So they're having to go through this task of eliminating everybody. They've isolated all of these unknowns. Maybe his was appearing in various sites, from all over these rooms, and maybe from the bodies themselves. And so he did something to screw this up, where he cast something off. They were able to capture this and compare. And then it's academic at that point. It's not a big ask at that point to try to identify somebody.
Just want to remind everybody that Idaho does have the death penalty. Jackie, I'm pretty sure it's lethal, death by needle. But I want to go to this thought. Fry refuses to rule out the possibility of an accomplice. I've never...
He really didn't rule out. I think people have read so much into that. And today, for anybody that's missed it, he said in an interview at Fox that they believe this is the guy and that's it. Of course they have to keep all avenues open, but there is no, that we know of, any other suspect as of now.
Never bought into the accomplice theory in this case. Who would go along with the murders of 4 people and never say a word or screw up and get caught? Plus 1 weapon we think was used. Jump in.
Sorry, Nancy. Well, what's interesting to that point is just earlier today, I'd say, just a matter of hours ago, Chief James Fry from Moscow PD had the chance to say they have captured the only suspect they think they need. He was specifically asked if he thought anyone else was potentially wanted in this case. And he did not respond to the question. He did not answer the question directly. All he said was he thinks that he has captured someone who has committed these crimes. Now, police have said, even in the press release announcing this conference today, that this is an ongoing case. But they have not said, and they have not said that they have captured everyone they need so far, which I did find interesting during the press conference.
Yeah, his exact words. We have an individual in custody who committed these horrible crimes. He did not say it was the only individuals. Interesting. Now, let's figure this out.
Yeah. Let's chat. I remember somebody that said this yesterday. Lil Gulp says his B date is 11/21. The address is 11/12. Why aren't you talking about that? Somebody did mention that yesterday in the live. I was like, oh, Lord.
The murders occurred November 13. He's arrested 48 days later. Do you believe that any scratches or injuries he sustained during a potential struggle would have faded and gone away by now? Because I do.
Unless it's a knife cut.
Unless it's a what?
A knife cut.
A knife cut. Okay. All right. We know the extradition will most likely be a very quick procedure, and he will be on his way back to Idaho at that time. We understand that the arrest warrant and the supporting affidavit will be unsealed, and we can learn more. We know this guy has no prior arrest, which I believe all of us predicted a while back, or he would have already been matched to the DNA databank. What can you tell me about a court order, Stephanie Pagonis, a court order regarding cleaning out the house?
I'm so happy you asked, Nancy, because I was actually going to interject earlier about this. Yes, so a cleaning crew, a professional cleaning crew hired by law enforcement, all but entered the crime scene this morning. They arrived at the home, 2 trucks and a trailer, prepared to enter the home and begin to clean it of any biohazards and chemicals that were used in the process of gathering evidence. But before they could even really make any headway with this, they received what was called a legal request by the court to halt any processes there. So they basically got there, all but began before they were told to call it off for the time being. So the home remains an active crime scene in the custody of Moscow Police Department for the time being.
Well, why would...
Yeah, Joey Harp says, do they serve vegan food in prison? I don't know. Is there some sort of accommodations they can make? Or do they not accommodate that? You just kind of like have to make do? Because I'm sure they're not going to be changing out the pots and pans in prison, right? They're gonna be changing the pots and pans. I'm sure they don't have like a separate kitchen just for the vegan food, right? Or nobody's gonna do with that. Let's see. Ali Pete, thank you so much for the super chat. Says Happy New Year to you and chat. No intro. Thank you for the super chat. No intro. Thank you for the super chat. All right, let's keep going. It's almost over.
But they have released it if they think they still need to get evidence.
It's an excellent question and one that many people have asked about. I believe even Joseph Scott Morgan and I had been discussing this just yesterday. It's
Can
a
I
great
just throw
question,
in
Nancy.
before we get carried away on the court order? You do know that according to sources, this guy forced his parents to buy new pots and pans, which had never touched meat. Okay, let that soak in for a moment. He's so against killing animals, but yet he slaughtered 4 beautiful university students.
That's the thing. That's what we had talked about it earlier, and it's not a jab at vegans. I'm not trying to jab, but well, I mean, I said some things earlier that were kind of a little tongue in cheek, but it's just ironic, I guess, that this guy, they're saying he's a vegan, I guess, and like a hardcore one. But you're here killing people. Like, I just, how to, make that make sense? Unless he just hates people, or people that are not vegan. He seems like he has a lot of issues. So it could be a combination of a lot of things. It might not just be one or the other, but maybe he hates people too. And there has been fake vegans caught on the internet, right? Like fake social media influencer vegans that they're just doing it for the views and shit. And then they catch them somewhere eating a chicken sandwich or something, right? Or fish or whatever. There have been a couple people caught like that, just faking the funk.
Students.
But Nancy, like we talked about from the beginning, he spared the dog.
I was just wondering how long it was going to take you to bring up the dog, Cheryl, because that's been your focus from the very beginning, spared dog.
It's me because, again, you know people. You can tell them a story, and you can tell them, hey, I worked this homicide, and this happened to that person, and then this happened to the dog, and they will react more about what harm came to the dog. I get it. I understand that heartstring being pulled for an animal, but what I'm saying is when you've got somebody that can slaughter 4 people but not harm the animal, that tells you about this person. And again, we're finding out he's against any kind of animal cruelty. Well, it checks out. But can I say one more thing about his academic prowess? Again, if you were the prosecutor on this case, I can see you right now in court, Nancy, saying this person is a trained professional. He was at the PhD level with criminal justice and criminology, yet for 48 days, he never contacted law enforcement about his car being in the area.
Not once.
Yeah.
Go ahead, jump in.
You know, to dovetail on Cheryl's thought, is this guy enjoyed striking fear, and not only in the community, but women as a whole. And, you know, I don't think it's over for him. I think the court proceeding, he's going to eat it up. And he's, you know, because he's sitting back watching, you know, a lot of, I think, what is being said, if he has access, obviously, to the media, which he probably does. Because I think that question that you asked earlier, Nancy, is indicative of the way he's thinking, meaning, are there other people arrested? I think that thought process can go into, and this is my own opinion, his ego and or an accessory after the fact. Somebody that loaned him the car, they may have information, that type of deal. But I still believe that he's the lone suspect in this incident. And, you know, that I think he's going to enjoy every piece of this going forward because he's getting a great deal of satisfaction out of it.
I am still stymied at this chilling survey created by Kohberger, asking criminals how they felt while they committed their crimes. Yep. I mean...
Yep. Is he doing his own research, right? Was he doing his own research?
Into himself.
Y'all, it's pouring him. He gets off on it. Anybody that can talk to him about a crime and tell me what did you feel right before, what did you feel during, what did you feel after, that incites him.
Let me get some of these super chats. There was one interesting question. So, not this one, but Suffragium. Thank you so much for the super chat. It says, I can only tolerate Nancy because of you, Mel. I dedicated ZZ Top song, He's Got Legs, to you. Feliz cumpleaños. I'm going to put that in my notes here, and I'm going to listen to it after. He's got legs. That was such a crazy thing this morning. I mean, I guess, you know, it's nothing bad at the lady, but I was just kind of surprised. You got your legs. What'd you say? Your legs. You got really nice looking legs. Hey, thanks. Oh, you're welcome. Damn, you got really nice legs. I was like, all right. And then I left the gas station. I was kind of looking behind me to make sure she wasn't following. Roxana, since I found your, I guess, channel, I got hooked. Love your style, and those people understand he cannot cover everything. And so forth. I thank you for what you do. Happy New Year's. Thank you. I appreciate it. Anytime I ever cover a big story, there's people that say that same thing. It's not the first time, but they never have anything to say. They're never really supporting those other videos when I do them. You know, those specific people. But and I've even, because I've done it before, where I'll type their name in. You can search the comments, right? There's like a search function, and you can type their name. And so I was like, let me just see if they've actually ever left a comment on one of those types of stories, one of those types of videos, and I've never seen it. Never seen it. And so they love to say that, but I just never see their support when I'm doing those other things. And then I just ask people to be patient because trust me, I'm doing a lot. There's a whole lot going on right now. People get upset when I don't respond to an email. There was some weirdo wishing death on me and my daughter because I didn't respond to his email. My emails are flooded right now. Probably this next year, I'll figure something out. Because I used to have mods check my emails. I used to have people helping me out with my inbox on Facebook, and sometimes I do that when things get crazy, but then a lot of times people send me really personal stuff, or sometimes people will send me something regarding a case that's very private. I wouldn't want somebody just looking over that, because I've had situations in the past and even now where you have people working with multiple channels, and I have to be able to know that whoever it is not going to start putting out information. I'm not saying the people on right now would do that, but I know somebody before that did. And so I just have to be really careful, and I have to cover myself, because some of that stuff, like even when Sean Paul Schulte reached out to me, the father of Kylan, the girls that were killed, he reached out to me, sent me his phone number. We had personal conversations. There's just like really sensitive information sometimes that I just don't want a bunch of people accessing. And so I don't know, maybe in the future it'll get better. I'll figure something out. And then it also kind of takes away from the personal aspect, but I realize too, like the more and more I grow, I just can't like get every single person, you know, and reply to every single person. Southwest 4x4, thank you for the super chat, says, how would he get access to social media in jail? Bruh, well, I don't mean to call you bruh, but I don't know that Ethan Crumley, he got the tablet, he's watching videos. Wasn't Ethan Crumley like communicating with fans and shit, and like emails, and like that guy had all kinds of access, and he's a school shooter. No intro, thank you so much again for the super chats, man. Appreciate that. Oh, and let me get A. Sorry, I skipped over you. A says, thoughts about the video going around that claims it's Bryan talking about the crime in detail. You can see the photo in the laptop as he talks. So I think there's two things going on right now that some people are confusing. I know what you're talking about, and you don't seem confused, but some people are mixing two things. Hello? Hello? Okay, thank you. Bye. We got a new update we're going to get to. So there's two things going on. And so there's a channel, I think the channel is called T-Rev. I saw it somewhere on Twitter where they clipped it, but he got a call on his channel, and some people think it's the killer and some people don't think it's the killer. You know, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I think some people are talking about that. And then there's a different video. And so I had heard about the audio call that people think is the killer. I haven't actually listened to it myself. And then there's another video from another channel, which is Sweetie Pie, I think. She posted a video that I thought was kind of sus a little bit, and she turned off the comments. But in that video, there's somebody talking, and they're claiming that like they're a family member of one of the victims, and that they have all these intimate details. And all you can see is like a silhouette of the person as they're talking. I don't know, the reflection or something like that. So, I'm assuming that's the one you're talking about. And I don't know. I feel like I'd have to hear Bryan's voice myself to know. Or maybe somebody that, and then that friend of his, that TikTok we just saw, that friend talked about that video. So that friend talked about the audio where people think the killer called in, and she said she thinks it sounds like the killer. But she said her brother says he doesn't think, or he's not sure that it is. And then she also referenced this other video that I'm talking about on Sweetie Pie, where she says she doesn't think that's that family member at all. And she's heard, obviously, what the killer Bryan sounds like. So I would just take things kind of with a grain of salt. Like, you know, watch it, you know, come up with your thoughts or whatever. But like, I don't know. I don't think anybody really knows. Maybe we'll find out someday, you know. Okay, so we're caught up. So I just got this now. Let me get rid of all these ads. Authorities tracked the Idaho student killing suspect cross country. Oh yeah, so I think we did get this earlier, but I'll just skip to the portion. The genealogy stuff we've read. Okay. Oh, yeah. It does say here okay, so it says here, Labar told CNN Kohberger arrived in Pennsylvania around December 17th to celebrate the holidays with his family. His father actually went out to Idaho and they drove home together. That's crazy. Crazy. He said Kohberger's white Hyundai Elantra was found at his parents' house. Damn, bro. These people never, I guess it didn't cross their mind, or maybe because they're his parents, they didn't want to believe it. Labar said the client's father, Michael, answered the door to police. Father and son were both cooperative. Labar said he recommended his client be psychologically tested. Oh, here we go. Don't try to pull that. Kohberger is in a cell phone. Kohberger is in a cell. Oh, sorry, in a cell alone, Labar said, and on 24-hour watch by the guards there to ensure his safety. Labar said that the extradition hearing is formality proceeding. He said all the Commonwealth needs to prove is that his client resembles or is the person on the arrest warrant and that he was in the area at the time of the crime. Labar said he spoke to Kohberger for around an hour Friday evening, discussing where he was at the time of the killings, knowing, of course, that it's likely they have no location data from his cell phone, already putting him on the border of Washington and Idaho. Labar told CNN it was an easy decision, obviously, since he doesn't contest that he is Bryan Kohberger. Kohberger is shocked a little bit, Labar said. He added, we don't know much about the case. I don't have any affidavit of probable cause. I didn't want to discuss the case with him because I'm merely his representation for this procedural issue as to whether or not he wants to be extradited. Also, he's just for that portion. So once he gets extradited, I guess maybe he'll take another lawyer, or what's going to happen. Maybe that lawyer that's the coroner, maybe she'll defend this guy, Bryan Kohberger. That'd probably be a conflict of interest, but I mean, apparently, I don't know. That's whatever. That's how things do over there. All right.
It depicts, guys, take a listen again to our friend Laura Ingle at Fox News.
So many questions still unanswered that we hope to get. What connects this suspect to the victims? What was the motive? Was there possible DNA evidence that connects him to the crime? And of course, the location of the murder weapon. A source tells us that Kohberger is a student at Washington State University in Pullman, and that's just about 15 minutes away from the scene of the crime. He was pursuing a master's in criminal justice. We know he is from Pennsylvania, from what we've been told, and lived in Washington State. We have reached out to numerous family members here with no response back so far. A search of his Washington State apartment was conducted earlier today after a search warrant was served. No word on what was removed or sought in his apartment. And taking a look at more information on Coeur, interesting, Kohberger, he had a birthday recently, turning 28 years old. It would have been about 1 week after these murders occurred.
Now, we know his sister Melissa is a mental health nurse in New Jersey. She specializes in, quote, trauma and emotion regulation.
Wow.
I wonder why that is her chosen field. We know his dad filed for bankruptcy a really long time ago in 2010. What more do we know? He completed a bachelor's degree in 2020, a master's degree in 2022. I know he had attended a Catholic school. Moscow cops have been hunting this exact vehicle in the last weeks in connection with the killings, and they found it. What more do we know? Stephanie Pagonis, it was 3 a.m., or you say a little earlier, when a SWAT team swarmed on his parents' home in Pennsylvania, Scranton, Pennsylvania. What more do we know?
Unfortunately, Nancy, not much beyond what you have already shared. And police are citing Idaho laws for the reason why they can't share anything. I asked Chief Fry earlier today if he could even tell us how long police might have had their eyes on him, and if there were any tips, and if so, how many that related directly to Mr. Kohberger. But right now, police are staying quiet, and they are saying as soon as the affidavit is available, it will be in court records, but we should not expect that until at least his extradition hearing on Tuesday.
So, guys, let's figure out, had he targeted one of the victims? He only lived about 12 miles away from the party house. What do you make of it, Dale Carson?
Well, I think, as you know, that he surveilled that house for an extended period of time, and it may have been the one victim's departure that precipitated or triggered his conduct. The question I have is, how did he monitor those behaviors, and were there wires, illegal overhear mics in the rooms? today you can produce those that don't give a signal unless you turn them on. They're very difficult to find. And that's why it always upset me that they would turn over the house without thoroughly going through it in a way that would satisfy me, at least, that there weren't other mechanisms involved here that allowed him to do this horrible crime.
Yeah, Chris McDonough joining me, director of Cold Case Foundation. You can find him at the Interview Room on YouTube. Chris, I'm just wondering, I mean, we've all agreed that this was targeted. Now, that could mean anything from following them home from class, meeting them at a bar, walking by their house one day. It could mean anything. He lived close enough that he could surveil them anytime he wanted to. What do you think, Chris McDonough?
Yeah, Nancy. So I think, he was methodically monitoring these victims some way, shape, or another in terms of if it's one or if it's multiple, and that there's something we don't know, obviously, about his motive in relationship to his ego that has driven him to such hatred. And I would submit that hatred was pointed specifically at the women, and that Ethan found himself in a very wrong place at the wrong time. And I don't think the suspect anticipated him being there. So, I think this guy is not only driven by this anger towards women, but I'm going to go back to this thought that he's not done. He's going to keep driving the court system because it's continually shedding, something that he's been missing in his life for quite some time. That's been driving his ego. So there's a wound to his ego somewhere in this whole process. And him to sneak up like this without a sexual component, that means he really is much more dangerous, and I'm glad they caught him.
Why do you say he's more dangerous? Because there was not a sex attack?
Well, because he takes it, he treated this event like it's a major event in our lives, right? Like we're planning a wedding or we're planning a graduation. Well, he was planning this mass murder, and he was very methodical in doing it, evident of the fact that it's taken the time that it's taken for him to come to the surface.
Wow. Okay, sure, I'm going to call him. Were they targeted?
Oh, I don't think there was any question about that. That house, the way it sat in that little cul-de-sac area, you had to know that house. You had to know how to get to it. It wasn't just an easy in and out exit. And again, most people, men specifically, they do not make any crime more difficult. They don't put things in their path. So I believe that he had a watch area, which was up on that hill, where he could sit and watch how they came and went. I think that he understood the day he was going to do it, the time he was going to do it. I think it was all planned out. And again, I think there's going to be evidence of that, either in an online type manifesto or somewhere in that apartment where he was keeping almost like a journal.
I think that's very possible. What about it, Joe Scott Morgan?
He has been watching them, and this little town is not someplace you wind up by accident. And I've held that this is he would have had a familiarity with it. May not have ever been in the home, but it's a cul-de-sac essentially. You can make a round and come back out, but there's only one way out in a car. It's a dead end. It's not a location that you're just going to happen upon. You have to be going there to get there. And he, for some reason, one of these three women drew his attention. I think one of the really kind of interesting pieces to all of this, Nancy, is that the people downstairs survived and didn't survive. They had no indication, allegedly, that anything was going on. Why these four? Why these four on the second and the third floor? And I know that can be easily, you can say, well, he entered on the second floor. But if he had been surveilling the location, wouldn't he have had an indication that other people lived in the house? Did he make his way down there? Is there evidence that he came down the staircase? Maybe he touched the doorknobs on their doors or whatever the case might be. I don't know. I think that's kind of an interesting piece to this. What was so attractive to him about these three victims? And one other piece here that's really kind of chilling to me that will always stick with me about this case is that TikTok video that those young ladies made. It was a real intimate look into that environment where they're imitating one another, they're dancing about, and it was done in fun. But if you're on the outside looking in, and he had a view into there, the whole world did, of what their life looked like. This kitchen area, the commons area, he could see the stairwells, and there you could even see that big bank of windows where the sliders were. And for me, that was a real chilling point in this whole case. I'm going to be interested to see what his internet activity is, if he had, kind of been watching them vis-a-vis this.
Okay, Stephanie Pagonis, what are we leaving out?
Nancy, I think there is still so much more to come. I think really the first trove, if you may, the first treasure trove might come as soon as Tuesday when we finally have a better idea from a probable cause affidavit. I think there is so much that is currently being left out simply because we're not being told. But I do think now that this man has been arrested and his name is out there, we will most certainly begin to hear more about him, what he's done, how he might have made people feel or what they might have witnessed from him. I think this is only just the beginning.
Oh, yes, it's just the beginning. And I can guarantee you one thing. If a guy was so fastidious, so obsessive, that he insisted his parents get rid, not wash, in the dishwasher with baking heat cycles, but get rid of pots and pans that had ever cooked meat for him to use those pots and pans. If he was that fastidious about pots and pans, this was pre-planned and he has left a trail. As we speak, a team of technicians and experts combing through his...
All right, and I think that's it for that. Imperfect Me, I saw you in the chat. Thank you so much for the Cash App. That was really nice of you. I just checked my email and saw it. Happy New Year. Thank you so much. That was really nice of you. Generous. And Imperfect Me's been here for a while. How long have you been with the channel? I feel like I've seen your name for a while here. Let me just get the super chats. We'll look at whatever else we can look at, and then because we're already at the 3-hour mark. We're past the 3-hour mark. I know you cover other stuff like Tatiana. Yeah, we did Tatiana Luke, and thankfully she was found. Right, I forgot to update that, but she was found. I don't know if I updated that. Nick, thank you, BB. Nicole, they have tablets in jail. Yeah, they do. Alan, thank you so much for the super chat. Says the new year from Brisbane, Australia. Mel, Australia. Thank you, Nicole, for the super chat as well. No intro. Thank you again for the super chat. Sheila, thank you for the super chat. Says, before we bounce, I want to own my mistake for saying law enforcement had murder weapon. Oh, Lord. I misheard info from Law and Crime. I'm truly, sincerely sorry for that. Time for chat scrutiny. Oh, well, thank you. No, appreciate that. It's all right. I really, I just feel bad for the families or people that were accused, Let me see if there's anything else we can... Oh, there's a couple... Well, let's see. There's some neighbor stuff we can look at. I have to head out soon.
Suspect named and arrested in this investigation is certainly a major break in the case. Bryan Kohberger is now charged for 4 murders near the University of Idaho last month.
KREM 2's Janelle Finch is joining us now in the KREM 2 newsroom with what we know about the suspect.
Officials say the person responsible for the deaths of 4 University of Idaho students may be Bryan Kohberger. Since Bryan Kohberger's arrest this morning, we've learned he lived and went to school just a short drive from the crime scene. Moscow Police Chief James Fry confirmed Kohberger is a graduate student at Washington State University and a Pullman resident. This afternoon, WSU shared a statement following Kohberger's arrest. A quote from WSU Chancellor Elizabeth Chilton, and the police young people will be in Pullman complex and the people living here. He says it's disturbing.
I'm just kind of dumbfounded, that this could be going on right here, or somebody could be conspiring to do something like that right here.
WSU officials say Kohberger completed 1 semester of the criminal justice program as a PhD student. Kohberger previously attended a private university out of Center Valley, Pennsylvania, where he received a master's degree in criminal justice. He is originally from Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, roughly a 40-minute drive from where he was arrested today. An Idaho appearance from the suspect may not happen for some time.
Okay, interesting. Thanks, Jazz. Let's see, anything else? Let's do a little quick skim. Oh, let me check my emails. Let me check this one. Check this out. Steve Goncalves connects killer. Oh, let's see. Let's check it out. Let's check it out. Shocked Idaho killer Bryan Kohberger plans to deny murders, attorneys say, was put on watch. Will agree to extradition. Let's see. We just want Steve Goncalves, father of Kaylee, said his family found connections between the University of Idaho student and suspect Bryan Kohberger. Oh, snap. Dad's on it. All right, let's just skip to the part about Kaylee's dad. Okay, as the investigation of Kohberger unfolds, Steve said that once police told him and his family about the suspect, they got to working trying to find answers as to why Kaylee and their friends were targeted. He said the family have started to see connections between the two, but he is not ready to share them yet. Now that there's a person and a name that someone can specifically look up for and see if there's any connections in any way, so they're just trying to figure it out. The family attorney Shannon Gray told ABC. Steve said that no one in the family knew or recognized Kohberger when they were initially told about him by police. He told ABC that they found links between the suspect and Kaylee, but are not ready to discuss them yet as police investigation continues. Police have previously ruled out that the killings were targeted, but it remains unknown what connections Kohberger could have had with the victims. Okay. Interesting. Let's see. Also, there was some talk earlier on that residents downstairs locked their room doors, so maybe he tried them but decided to smash them and wasn't worth the risk of being caught. Maybe their doors were locked. Yeah. Let's see. I see your email. The link you sent me, the person that sent me the TikTok, it's like forcing me to download the app. It won't like just open up. Amy, can you email me again with this is like an app link. I mean, I'm going to have to email it to myself, open it on my phone, then resend it to myself. Oh, they're talking about the... Let me just send it to myself. Let's see, I don't know what this is. Okay, let me check it. Okay. Just download this. And this is from...
Hey there, to those of you interested in hearing this report, I just want to let you know that I'm a relative of someone inside the investigation into the quadruple homicide in...
This video is different, but the audio is the same. This is the one where somebody claims to have inside knowledge.
Idaho. I don't want to be any more specific than that because I don't want to put anybody in a challenging or contentious situation regarding their continued employment. And I will say what I'm about to tell you is secondhand, but it is from what I believe to be a very reliable source. Again, this can only be considered a rumor as I don't have firsthand knowledge. I never planned on posting any of this information out of respect for the victims' families. However, now that one of the victims' fathers has released some of the gruesome details himself, I'd like to share some of the investigative theory. As you know, the two women were found in the same bed, but with similar wounds. That's what's being reported. That's not exactly 100% true, at least in regard to the fact that they hadn't fallen to sleep in the same bed. One of the victim's wounds were deep gouges that were delivered with extremely aggressive force, so much so that the victim's liver and lungs were destroyed. Here's the theory that's happening. They definitely think it was a man because of the force of the wounds. The person must have been very strong. They think the man came into the room after doing what they did on the second floor. They went upstairs. The person cleanly and quietly unalived the first victim. The second
unalived. Sounds like a YouTuber talk. I mean, unless that's how people on TikTok talk too, maybe.
Victim awoke and tried to run. The man, they believe that the man possibly grabbed her, and she screamed loudly, apparently. The man then harmed her.
And there's a silhouette that people are talking about. The person, I don't know why you would do that, but this is the silhouette of the person talking. This is one of the videos that people are asking about.
And the reason the wounds were of such force, he was delivering it quickly and forcibly to quiet her.
But you guys, fuck, bro. So this is coming back into play, I guess. Let's see. What's a good side by side? I don't know. People think it's him, the killer. They think it's the killer. I think it's the killer, man. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I can't do side by side. I can't do side by side. Oh, it just like overlaps everything. It won't let me. Damn it. I might have to open it up on TikTok if I find it. I'll keep playing it and I'll look it up, the actual link.
Which I apologize for how I know it's disturbing, but anyway, how do we know that she screamed?
If there is one
individuals reported hearing a scream between 3:45 and 4 o'clock. That's why the police have such a specific time frame as to when the murders occurred. Because I don't know if you noticed, but the authorities weren't called the next day until late.
So we're 2 minutes and 2:42 in. Let me just start over here.
Hey there, to those of you interested in hearing this report.
People think it's Brian's face.
I just want to let you know that I'm a relative of someone inside.
Let me see.
I've been happiest times of my entire life, and I know the job because of your.
Anybody know where these performances were at?
Hey there, to those of you interested in hearing this report, I just want to let you know that I'm a relative of someone inside the investigation into the quadruple homicide in Idaho. I don't want to be any more specific. What's being reported, that's not exactly 100% true, at least in regard to the fact that they hadn't fallen to sleep in the same bed. One of the victim's wounds were deep gouges that were delivered with extremely aggressive force, so much so that the victim's liver and lungs were destroyed. Here's the
Ooh,
theory
it says
that's
Pennsylvania.
happening.
Somebody said here, look at the video of the doll on his page. The tag says Pennsylvania. We're going to take a look at that after.
They definitely think it was a man.
Oh, damn it.
Hey
Sorry.
there, to those of you, they went upstairs. The person cleanly and quietly unalived the first victim. The second victim awoke and tried to run. The man, they believe that the man possibly grabbed her, and she screamed loudly, apparently. The man then harmed her, and the reason the wounds were of such force, he was delivering it quickly and forcibly to quiet her, which I apologize for how, I know it's disturbing, but anyway, how do we know that she screamed? Because 3 individuals reported hearing a scream between,
I don't know, bro, but the ears, it's kind of like, the ears are a little similar. I don't know. Oh, no. Whoever this is on TikTok, bruh. ¿Qué tú crees? Lo oído. I don't know.
Apparently. The man then harmed her, and the reason the wounds were of such force, he was delivering it quickly and forcibly to quiet her, which I apologize for how.
The man grabbed, so he literally scripted his notes or answer, I guess. Man grabbed Maddie and horned? Did I miss it already? I passed it.
And the reason the wounds were of such force, he was delivering it quickly and forcibly.
See, it's 2 minutes in. Let me do that real quick. He literally has everything he's saying written down on a piece of paper. I guess his notes or.
To quiet her, which I apologize for how, I know it's disturbing, but anyway, how do we know that she screamed? Because 3 individuals reported hearing a scream between
That guy looks like he has a mustache too, though. The guy in the video.
Between 3:45 and 4 o'clock. Scream between 3:45 and 4 o'clock. That's why the police have such a specific time frame as to when the murders occurred. Because I don't know if you noticed, but the authorities weren't called the next day until late in the morning. Yet they had a very specific time frame when the murder happened. They think the scream is why. And after reviewing video files from the neighborhood.
Oh shit, Lisa sent me some pictures. They're already matching up the ear. The sleuths have gone to work. Oh shit. Let's see, hold on, let's look at this. Oh shit. I'm blocking the bottom here. The sleuths have gone to work in ear matching technology. let's see. Let's take a close look at the year, identify and match. All right. Well, the quality is slightly degraded on the left-hand side. But the shape. See, the top portion here goes in. And the other one's up. I don't know. The sleuths have gone to work. Let's take a look at another image. Hand matching as well. Or I don't know, these two different not saying it's him, by the way. I know. They're just comparing, okay. Oh, really? So BL says that Kathy in the chat says she Googled vegan restaurant and the Greek comes up where the girls worked. Oh, that's interesting. The Greek. We got to look that up too. So let's play the rest of this video.
Hey there, to the...
I was kind of like,
The man then harmed her, and the reason the wounds were of such force, he was delivering it quickly and forcibly to quiet her, which I apologize for how, I know it's disturbing, but anyway, how do we know that she screamed? Because 3 individuals reported hearing a scream between 3:45 and 4 o'clock. That's why the police have such a specific time frame as to when the murders occurred, because I don't know if you noticed, but the authorities weren't called the next day until late in the morning, yet they had a very specific time frame when the murder happened. They think the scream is why. And after reviewing video files from the neighborhood, they reviewed security cameras in the area, and they have an audio file I haven't heard it, but I was told that you can clearly hear a loud scream from a female. That scream was recorded at exactly 3:38 a.m. Neighbors say they didn't call the police because they said there's often loud noise coming from the house.
Kathy, let me check it out.
I was told that there are parties there all the time. Again, I don't know if that's true, but it's what I was told. The weapon used was a long serrated-edged hunting knife with a fixed blade. The weapon had not been in the house.
I mean, a lot of the stuff that this person is saying is just shit that's already out there, or the father has said himself. I mean, I don't know, you know?
The person brought it with them and took it when they left. The 2 victims were on the same bed, not side by side. One victim was found on top of the other. The reason is that the one tried to escape and was grabbed, harmed, and then shoved and fell on top of her friend. That is why there is there's a lot of blood mixtures on this at the scene. They're also desperately looking for this white car. The reason being is that it was seen speeding by an A&W gas station. I don't even know what that is, but anyway, that's, again, it could be wrong. I was just told it was seen speeding by an A&W gas station / hangout at 3:45. Now, if the scream was recorded at 3:38 and the car sped by at 3:45, it's a very tight time frame, but it is possible that the person left immediately and rushed and was seen speeding by. Also, the scream may have been what caused the person to quickly leave. That scream could have been what saved the other 2 roommates' lives. The person knew that they might be detected, so they sped away. Again, this is all just rumor. Take it for what it is. I just pray for these young people. I hope they rest in peace and that their families can find peace after this horrible crime, and I hope that the person who committed it can be brought to justice. Thanks a lot. Hey there.
It's weird. So Mad Greek is the restaurant. Let me see. Mad Greek. And there was some rumors too. I haven't seen it myself. I haven't gotten no confirmation or anything like that. Just things going, people talking about. There was a rumor that supposedly this guy Bryan frequented the Corner Club, but I haven't been able to verify or check that at all. So it'll be interesting to see if we ever hear about that. The other thing too, the image that they were showing us earlier about this guy in the video, it looks like he may be wearing a wedding ring. Is that a wedding ring? So maybe this would not be Bryan. Wedding band, whatever. There was I gotta head out of here soon. We'll be back in 30 minutes. I'm just kidding. But I gotta head out soon. Let's see here.
4 hours since that name, Bryan Kohberger, has started making the rounds. You guys have publicized it. Are the tips coming in about him?
I can say that the one fact I do know is they told me an hour into us releasing the name, we had over 400 people calling in. So we continue to ask for that. We continue to ask for more. Every tip, everybody that knew him is only going to help us.
Are these tips from here, from everywhere?
I don't know where they came from. You know, if it's any indicative of this case, they've come from all over, you know, the nation.
Okay. Your ask about the white Elantra, that came on December 7th or so. Where in the timeline, can you tell us, did Kohberger come in onto the radar?
So that's all part of those pieces that we have to hold until we can release information with the, you know, after he gets to Idaho and the release of that information. But we're bound to hold that.
But when you asked for public information about that Elantra, you said the occupants of that car may have critical information. It was plural. Was there a reason for that?
Well, it's part of our investigation. I said early on that we're not going to let any stone go unturned, and I meant that. And we're following up on everything, just like we're in this new phase now, and we're going to follow up to get to know who he is and everything about him that we can.
There are reports that the Elantra was followed across
They're saying it says Pennsylvania on the tag because Hershey Company owns Reese's in Hershey, Pennsylvania.
Do you want to play with my teddy bear? I told you no, I don't know if I can put it back on.
The mystery deepens, the conspiracy. All right.
Elaborate on that or speak to that, and also reports of DNA, his DNA at the murder scene.
All those facts are still sealed. They will come out. I know people are anxious for that, and we will have the answers to that, but in the time that we can give it. So I ask once again, just be patient. I know I've asked that a lot of times, but we are bound by the law now.
It's been reported, and we have sources who have told us that Kohberger asked, was anyone else arrested upon his arrest? Have you been able to gather information about when he was taken into custody?
All that information will come out as well. You know, it's part of that investigation. It's part of that next step. So.
Okay. The car, the white Elantra, 2015, Is it the car? And is the search over now for any more white Elantras?
We believe it is the car.
Okay. Is it in Pennsylvania then?
Yes.
Okay. And is it done being processed?
I don't know if it's done, but it will be processed.
Okay. As you know, I was over at Wazoo yesterday at Kohberger's apartment as the search warrant was being executed. A lot of evidence coming out of there. Can you talk about, what might be valuable?
I think every piece is valuable. And I don't even know what was collected at this point in time. And that's part of that further investigation that we're going to hold. But I know that the search warrant was served there.
We know that the murder weapon has not been found. Is there suspicion that it could have been there?
We don't know. Like I said, we're collecting everything. We're doing our due diligence, and that's why we get these search warrants, so that everything is secured in the court, through the court system, and that we have the right to be where we're at.
You said in a local TV interview, I think
everyone 3 days ago was like, what the hell is this guy smiling about? Nicely done, Chief. And a friend did tell me that. I mean, I don't know. Some people just do things, but some other people think that he was smirking because maybe they already had the suspect, or they knew who it was, or something like that. I don't know.
It was Tuesday or Wednesday that you're still waiting for forensics results to come back. When did they come back? And was that the missing link for Kohberger?
We're still waiting for stuff to come back. We're still looking at everything. We're still having things processed. And I couldn't verify that right now anyway. That's part of that sealed piece. But there's still items coming in from the lab.
From the murder scene?
Correct.
Okay, so the evidence we saw being gathered yesterday, that could take just as long.
That will be new information that we've collected, and we'll be processing that as well.
I asked you during the press conference yesterday about the house cleaning. I mean, you had said in your announcement that the house is going to be cleaned and turned back over to the management company. Mm-hmm. We watched those trucks come in, and then they pulled out of there real fast. Yeah. What happened?
Like we said, we got a phone call that it was through the court that we needed to stop and give a little bit more time, so we did that. So,
why was the decision made to release the house?
Well, at that point in time, we were ready to start that process. And then the court, like I said, someone from the court asked us to stop that process, so we did. And we'll continue to do as we're asked there, and we'll start the cleanup as soon as we can again.
Why would the court want that process stopped for?
It could be many reasons. Could be for the defense counsel. It could be that they just want to hold it for a little bit. But it was a decision from the court.
So it will remain under guard. Should we refer to it as an active crime scene?
It's still our crime scene at this point. So yeah, it'll still be under security.
Okay. I think because of this community, it's a small community, is a factor that.
All right, let me move on to. I really have to head out soon. I keep saying I'm going to go, and more shit keeps popping up. So let me move on to this piece, and I want to call it at this and go. Go. And thank you, Kayla, for sending me this. Let's see. Full screen. All right. Idaho killer is accused of scaring female staff at brewery and branding one a bitch for spurning his advances. Incel. As it's revealed, FBI tracked his Hyundai across the U.S. for 4 days before nailing him. Oh, okay. While there, Jordan Sherlnick, who runs Seven Siren Brewing Company, said Kohberger had a problematic interactions with women at his bar. He told NBC workers labeled Kohberger in their systems as the guy who makes creepy comments, and said he once called a staffer a bitch for spurning his advances. The scrutiny into Kohberger's character comes as he denies the allegations, while police believe he is guilty. After it was revealed the FBI tracked his Hyundai across the country for 4 days. Jordan is the owner of Seven Siren Brewing Company, accused Kohberger of harassing female staff workers. So the guy was a weirdo. Bryan. Incel. Somewhat. Seems like. Reading his staffer's notes, reading his staffer notes on Kohberger, Sir Cheryl Neck of Central Valley said, hey, this guy makes creepy comments. Keep an eye on him. He'll have 2 or 3 beers and then get a little too comfortable. The brewery owner told Kohberger that the brewery owner noted that Kohberger would also ask women in the bar who they were with and where they lived. Wow, who they were with and where they lived. When they ignored him, he would get upset with them a little bit, Cernuck told NBC. The bar owner said that he last spoke with Kohberger when he confronted the man about his alleged inappropriate behavior. I went up to him and said, hey, Bryan, welcome back. We appreciate you coming back. I just wanted to talk to you real quick and make sure that you're going to be respectful this time and we're not going to have any issues. Cheryl Neck said the 28-year-old was startled. He was shocked that I was saying that. And he said, I don't know what you're talking about, man. You totally have confused me. I remember one time I had to confront somebody about that too. And this person completely acted bewildered when multiple people had made complaints about this person. Kohberger never showed up at the bar again. He was embarrassed. And Sir Neck didn't hear about him until he was taken into custody by Pennsylvania State Police on Friday morning, more than 2,000 miles from where the 4 university students were killed in their beds on November 13. Wow, great article. Weirdo. Who's that? Criminology classmate, BK Norton. All right. So there's a classmate to BK Norton. BK Norton, who was in the same criminal justice graduate program as with Kohberger, said her classmate appeared more animated and talkative following the murders. He seemed more upbeat and willing to carry a conversation. What? But Norton noted all his enthusiasm would go away and he would become quiet and deadpan when the class would discuss the Idaho murder case. That's what Nancy was talking about, bruh. So he's literally in class. They're having conversations and shit. And then they're talking about the murder case. And this guy's just like, just get quiet. Start saying nothing. Just sitting there. I don't believe he had any reaction. Norton told the New York Post, saying it was odd because everyone else was glued to the case and speculated on the lack of public information. We had quite a long conversation in class about it too. I don't believe I remember him commenting about it at all. So this motherfucker sitting in class, they're all talking about this shit, and he's just there quiet, off to the corner and shit. Norton told the New York Post papers that her class was in shock over Kohberger's arrest, describing him as a smart, quiet student with an interest in forensic psychology. Norton, however, added that Kohberger did keep a distance from his classmates due to anti-LGBTQ comments he allegedly made in class. He sort of creeped people out because he stared and didn't talk much, but when he did, it was very intelligent, and he needed everyone to know he was smart, Norton told the Times. Another student who spoke with the Times under the condition of anonymity backed up Norton's claims and said Kohberger didn't have many friends at school because of the alleged offensive remarks. Here we go again. Ben Roberts, a classmate of Kohberger and Norton, echoed the suspect's usual quiet nature in class, but said his demeanor changed after the killings. So after the killings, what they were saying, this guy started getting more talkative. He's like, oh, hi. He's more chipper and shit. The only time he'd get quiet, I guess, is when they would talk about the Idaho murders. He was starting to show up. Well, this one is different now. He was starting to show up really tired, Roberts told the Seattle Times. He'd always have a cup of coffee in his hand, and he kind of looked like he was riding the knife edge between worn out and completely exhausted. So did I interpret that wrong? The other classmate, I thought it said that like all of a sudden this guy's chipper and shit. Let's see. Okay. Who was in the criminal justice graduate program with Kohberger. She said her classmate appeared more animated and talkative following the murders. He seemed more upbeat and willing to carry a conversation, but noted all his enthusiasm would go away and he would become quiet and deadpan when the class would discuss the Idaho murder case. Bro, this dude over here like energized and shit off of this. Dude over here refreshed. And so this other classmate, Ben Roberts, said that he echoed that he was usually quiet in class, but his demeanor changed after the killings. He was starting to show up really tired. He'd always have a cup of coffee in his hand. He looked like he was riding the knife edge between worn out and completely exhausted. So meaning like just, I guess, right on the fence. We actually talked about this portion last night. A picture with her friends. And we already talked about this other friend, Cassie. Or Cassie. Wow. That was actually a really interesting article. That's crazy, huh? Because they were talking about look for somebody that's acting out of character, somebody that's like, this dude coming to class in a better mood. Talkative, acting normal, blending in with his class. Y'all sitting in there with him. Was he taking his car, the Elantra, to school? Or was he walking to school? The heck? Maybe he's happy about that shit. Maybe he's taking it in. Maybe he's like in class and they're all talking about it. He's just kind of sitting there quiet to himself, like just like, I don't know, maybe enjoying it, just maybe like the thrill of the shit. Like, how do you even contain yourself knowing that, like, allegedly, you know, you're the killer and shit? Like, you're just sitting there and everybody's talking and speculating. You're just staying there quiet, not even contributing, you know, what you think, what you did. Maybe he was laughing in the inside. I don't know. Damn, bro. Wow. Leo Girl said everyone in class should get an F for profiling. Bro, this dude over here is like revitalized. Maybe he felt good about it or something. I wonder if he has no regret. Wow. All right, let's see if there's anything else. Let's see if there's anything else. Homeboy over here, fucking chipper as hell in class. We're at 169,782. Okay, so almost, what are we, 218 away, something like that. Dick said, if this is really his account running at 2:45 a.m., 6-minute miles. This was August 4, 2022, Pullman, Washington. How did they pull this up? And if this is accurate, I don't know if this is. If it's accurate, where's the other dates of him running? And this is what the person was saying too, that like there's trails and stuff. That there's even a trail that goes from school to school. I thought that what she said, like from University of Idaho to the WSU. I'm over here chipper and shit, celebrating. All right. Not going to be celebrating now. I guess that's it then, man. Thank you guys so much for today. I hope you just be safe out there. A lot of crazy people are going to be on the road driving. iCkEdMeL, please check Discord live research because you're not allowed to leave. Stay for another hour. Okay. 520. Okay, thank you. Eargate. I'm taking a deep psychic look into the arrest connect. Oh Lord, here we go. Oh Lord.
Apparently, but
hi. Okay, I think that's it, man. We did good. Thank you guys so much. I don't foresee myself coming back unless it's really late at night. I don't know. I'm going out with family tonight. I don't even feel like going out, honestly. Or I feel like just staying home, but I'm gonna go out to a restaurant with some family and wait for midnight. So who knows? Who knows what will happen? I might bring my laptop with me and charge it up in case there's like some chase. Imagine there's like a New Year's Eve chase or a New Year's chase. might bring with me just in case. Let me see. Did I miss any super chats? BL, thank you for the 13-month membership. Amazing. Happy New Year. Hope 2023 is good for everyone. Thanks for being here, showing Mel amazing support. Much appreciated. And thank you, BL. And thank you for all the mods writing. Oh, this crazy ride. Alyssa, thank you for the super chat. What call from the killer are you talking about? That was on I saw it in a tweet somewhere. T-Rex, I think. Or Rev, sorry. Rev, I think. Let me see. I'll see if I can find a link. There was a shorter version because I think it came from one of his live streams, and it's pretty long. I don't even know where the link is at, but there was a shorter version posted on Twitter, and I think he responded to it or something. Oh, here it is. They think this guy's like the caller. I'll just play this. Let me see. And I'll link back to his channel. You can watch the whole thing over there. Let's see.
Call from.
Oh, he actually timestamped it too, which is nice.
Call from.
Dave. So it's TRev757. I'll put his. I'll put the link to his video if you want to watch the full thing. I'll put it in the description. Hold on a second. Taking forever. Okay. Rev. Rev 757. Okay. So the video, the full live stream is there in the description. We'll listen to the 2 minutes of this. And I mean, I guess you guys can decide. I thought he made a comment on this too. I thought he said something about, he said, okay, he did post on Twitter and said that I am the guy who originally had this caller on the phone on my podcast, allegedly with T-Rev. Now everyone is saying this is the killer, but I do not know this to be a fact yet. So please, everyone know. Let everyone know. Okay. All right, so we'll listen in a minute.
Call from.
Dave.
Oh, it's already debunked?
Hey, what's
so
up, Dave? You lying?
Okay, hold on.
Hey, what's up, man? Is this T-Rev? Yes, sir. What's going on?
Hold on a second. Salvi says T-Rev called that caller back last night and debunked that theory. Oh, so he already confirmed it's not. Okay. Well,
not much, man. I found you today. I watched your live earlier.
Yeah, everybody that calls into the shows are like suspects, I guess, huh? Everybody's getting hunted down. Everybody's suspicious. At least he called and confirmed. He called back. That was good.
This afternoon, and been watching this one, and the thing that strikes me kind of weird about all this is that I live in a college town, and I've worked with probably at least 10 Sigma Chi members, and
that's why they think it's crazy.
You know, the one thing that every single one of them I feel like has asked me is, if you were going to kill somebody, how would you get away with it?
Oh my God. Jesus.
And I just wonder if maybe this is nothing more than some kid in a fraternity trying to prove himself. And that was it.
So you said you worked with 5 or 6 Sigma Chi kids, and they.
Oh shit! I messed it up.
You worked with 5 or 6 Sigma Chi kids, and they asked you if you can kill somebody, they can get away with it.
Yeah.
Did I hear that right?
Yeah. And I know that's a thing that just like maybe people say, trying to like have interesting conversation, but like just in my head, it's like, it's always been these dudes that were in the fraternity. And so it makes me wonder if it's a thing that's in their like culture that they ask to see how smart you are and whatever, and what kind of answer you come up with, and someone took it too far.
Oh, wow. What kind of dudes would ask you that? That's crazy as shit, man. That's an outrageous statement, man.
Ronnie 2.0. So they said that he already debunked that I guess he called the guy back or something, but I see a lot of people constantly asking me. They ask me about that audio. I got a lot of emails, just like all the fake Instagrams. People are still sending me all these fake profiles. I can't even reply because I take forever to reply to that stuff. And then that's the other thing is the video I showed earlier that people are asking about. So I really wouldn't put too much into that stuff like that. It's a good thing. Oh, here's the post they found. All right, we're not leaving. Lisa said, I'm sorry. We're not going. Let's stay here till midnight. Fuck it. No, I'm just kidding. I do have to go. But let me show this here. This is crazy and really sad, in all honesty. Rula and I were friends with Bryan until he started doing things that were way beyond underage drinking and having normal teen fun. It sucks for everyone. I do hope justice is served, no doubt, but I just wish that he would have ended it, or it would have ended differently. Okay, breaking news. And so I guess they were friends or something, and they homebrew over here. Hi. No, baby, please don't go. Please don't go. There's another picture of this guy. Another picture. So I guess that's them. Looks like the younger him or something. He was younger. It's already 2023 over there? Ooh. People still saying not debunked, or whatever. I guess take it, believe whatever you want to believe. I'm not going to be stuck in this, whatever that people want to believe. Believe what you want to believe. I thought about maybe streaming later from where I'm at, but like at the same time, I don't know if I want to do that because these people, I don't want anybody to see my family besides Maddie, so I don't know. We'll see. Maybe right at the moment where we're about to count down, I'll stream for a minute or two. Can we see your legs before we go? See my legs. All right. Let's see, hold on. Leg. It's just average though. What do you think? Yeah, that's the legs, iCkEdMeL. Oh. When I used to do DDR, my calves were actually like freaking like. I don't do DDR anymore though, but I used to do DDR, and my actual like it was really really nice. Now it's just all right. Show the legs. Hoax, thank you, Hoax. I appreciate that. Yeah, if you do DDR's a really nice exercise and it's fun. Like back then, my shit was actually really like cut. Anyway, man, I love you guys. Be safe. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't, please. Let's get to 170,000 by tonight. I might have to pop in if you don't do it. But okay, we're at 169,800. Hey! Hey! I would play music, but then I don't want to have this stream claimed. Maybe we'll do something fun later. I don't know. I'm gonna take baby girl. in a bit. And I'm going to have a little time to myself, more time to myself, but I got to get ready for tonight. And, yeah, I'd really rather not even, I don't want to go to this restaurant. I don't want to go. Dance Revolution, man. Dance. It's a dancing game. All right, I love you guys, man. Have a good night. Or, yeah, night. Bye. Bloop, 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 bloop. Happy New Year.